Day was involved in the last match of the day here on table 1 last night. He beat Jimmy Robertson 3-1, but boy, at the end, was it nervy. Day led 2-0, had 2 great chances to make it 3-0, didn't convert. And in the 4th frame, looked full of nerves. In the end, he won it on the black after Robertson missed the final black using the rest. Not the best shot from the yellow there to the red. He's trying to pot this one, which was fully intended, but he wanted to be a lot straighter on it.
Yes, he wanted to be straight on it, to stand down for the blue, but pure serendipity in the end, because the angle was such that he was able to play down for the black.
Day wants to follow in the footsteps of many a player in the past who've come in to this tournament in Group 7, one shot at the winners group, taken it, and then gone on to win the whole thing. John Higgins was a past master at doing that.
I was just about to mention that very name. Yes, indeed. Not a bad player though, is he, John Higgins? Ryan, one of the great break builders. He spots the right ball to play for, which makes things easier further down the line. The 2 reds below the pink will pot into the right corner. Potting the red that's closest to the pink guarantees the pink being available into the left centre and the right corner. That will help. Maybe a bit straight on the black though, to play for either of those reds near the pink here, but shouldn't be a problem. As long as he's got an angle to work with this red. He may not have as much as he wanted to have.
Bear in mind, yesterday morning, feeling poorly, he made a horrendous start to the group day. Lost his first match 3-1 to Lzowski, then his second match 3-0 to Jack Jones. He went back to the hotel, had a sleep, came back, felt a little better, and then won his closing 2 matches of day 1 of this group. And now if he were to win this match, he'd find himself with a wonderful chance of making the playoffs. It's too involved to say 3 points will get you there for certain.
I think 3 points would be enough for 4th place come the end of play in the group phase, but it'll all depend on how many frames you've won in the matches you've lost and how easily you won the matches that you won. And of course, Ryan, having suffered a 3-0 and 3-1 defeat, won't have helped his cause in that regard.
Yeah, these groups are quirky. Sometimes players can qualify for the semi-finals with 2 wins out of 6. There have been cases in the past where a player has had 3 wins out of 6 and been relegated.
Jack Lzowski's participation in this final group, Group 7, is courtesy of the fact that Oliver Lyons lost his match to Zhang Anda in his final group match, but had Oliver Lyons defeated Zhang Anda in the last match in Group 6, if he'd have won that match 3-0, Oliver Lyons would have progressed with just 2 wins from 6 matches.
Yeah, sometimes your fortunes depend on the fortunes of others. Good crisp, clean start to this match though from both.
83. 89.
Stood there for a second or two, expecting to be on the green, but the cue ball didn't quite travel that far, so he had to walk around the table and take the yellow.
92.
Very nicely done. Ryan Day's first century of the group. And generally, Dom, he looks in better fettle than he did yesterday.
Absolutely, that's Ryan's 486th career century. So he may not reach that milestone of 500 this season. Oh, he's gone in off. Well, would you believe it? But he did something there that Zhang Anda didn't quite manage in the first frame. He made a break of 92, but Ryan has made a century there, and he's managed to level this match up at 1-all.
Let's take a peek over on table 2, where Jack Lzowski, after winning the first frame, scored the first 30 points in the second. But as you can see,
60.
Zhou on the verge of equalising. He needs the black and one more red. This is all one break, by the way. A run of 67.
67.
He's easily underestimated, Schuster, because when he's struggling, he can play the game rather poorly, but when he's on form and confidence, he's a far better player. And players give him credit for, I feel.
68.
Well, no flashiness there, quite rightly so. That was frame ball.
Has been to 2 semi-finals of ranking events. Schuster, he's actually made 3-1-4-7, so he's a great
7
player.
to 1.
We'll leave those two to their devices over on table 2, but it's available via our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel if you want to see Schuster in action over there.
What a good pot, and immediately the scoring resumes.
Standard of snooker these days, it just... well, it never ceases to amaze me, really. I know I've said this many times before, but the players like myself who turned pro in the early 90s, I just, you know, you'd sit in your seats having left a pot like that, and honestly, your opponent would knock in probably 2 out of 10 of them, but now you're lucky if they miss them.
Really good from Zhang, not just disturbing a few reds, but using 2 separate reds as separate buffers to hold the cue ball for the black. putting in a good performance here, being fluent, would be really useful for Zhang Anda, because he remains on table 1 after this, because his next match is against Jack Jones straight away following the conclusion.
Well, he has a choice here, Zhang Anda. He can drop the black in to play the red to the right of the pink into the left centre, or he could decide to just screw into those reds, but without any guarantee that he'll be on one.
Zhang's cue ball reliability is very high indeed. Good control when he's in amongst them.
25.
Would have liked to have been straight on that red to not have to cannon off another one for the black, because he's just tied 2 reds up there by playing that cannon.
There's 2.
4 reds, 4 blacks. Well, the shot that he's played there suggests to me that he may be attempting a 1-4-7 here to play for this red to the left centre the way he has.
Looking for the 6th 1-4-7 of the tournament, the 4th here this week, and it would be the 4th by 4 different Chinese players.
Second he struck that black, I'm sure he must have realised he played it with too much pace. I'm not sure he can get on the black from this red. Well, he can, but he'll have to be high on the black and leave a rather thin cutback. And that's exactly what he's chosen to do, leave himself high on the black. It's all he could do, and he couldn't have played it better. But now he needs to cannon the reds and hope to be on one. There are no guarantees with this cannon. Has it worked out? I think it has.
64.
About 15 minutes ago, Dom, you said you thought there'd be one more 1-4-7 this season. This could be it.
Could well be right, Phil. I might have to revise my thoughts on that. Now you can play for the red just below and to the right of the pink. Oh, but does the bottom one of those 2 go as well? That's a bonus. Because passing this brings the one above it into play to the right corner. Things are opening up very nicely here for Zhang Anda. Didn't think he'd play that positional shot, but he's just about gone far enough, I think, to just pot this and brush off the pink and red of the black to the right corner. Just ran on a little bit further than he would have liked, so another good positional shot required now.
Just got a little bit harder there because he took the red close to the side cushion. Zhang was responsible for the second 147 of this remarkable season against Ding in the Shanghai Masters.
Well, there are a couple of players I can think of straight away that would certainly leave a double on that red that's near the right centre now. John Higgins, Mark Williams, they wouldn't even attempt to cannon it into play. We're not quite at that stage yet, but I wonder if Zhang Anda is considering the same thing.
Well, there's another century.
104.
When someone makes a century these days, it's almost an afterthought.
Well, he has the angle to punch the black in and bring the awkward red into play, but considering the fact that he's on a 147 maximum attempt here, it's much more prudent, I feel, to leave the double. This cue ball needs to keep running. Maybe a bit straight, this double. Can he power it in to get close to the black?
You better believe he can, and now it's on again. Maximum magic. Once more at the Mattioli.
Well, it turned out that he was nigh on perfect on this red. It just slid off the side cushion, made the angle, but is he too straight on the black? He was. Oh, this is a tough yellow.
120.
Mark Allen knocked in a terrific yellow when he made his 147 at the Crucible last season. This would be the linchpin shot here. Oh, nowhere near. Nowhere near. What a shame. Neil Robertson earlier this week made 120 and missed the yellow. Zhang Anda does the same. No maximum, but he wins the frame with a big century. He's given us a lot of entertainment by getting there, and he's got into a 2-1 lead. Over on table 2, things really looking up for Zhu Se. Jack Lzowski won the first frame and led 30-0 in the second. Since then, Zhu Se has been in command.
50.
This red near the left centre looks a certainty, doesn't it? But it's still missable. These middle pockets are very strict. Got it though.
51.
Yeah, he's playing very well, Zhu Se. I'll wager he didn't celebrate his birthday too much last night, although his birthday is today. Maybe he'll celebrate it later on.
We were so consumed with
56.
Zhang's 147 attempt, I didn't tell you that Zhu won the second frame with a break of 106.
Yeah, it took a while yesterday for centuries to be made, didn't it? But I think we're up to 9 or 10 now, even in this group. So, oh, has he missed the red? No, it's just gone in off
57.
the bottom jaw. I think, well, I'm going to assume he's going to go on and win that frame and take a 2-1 lead. But Phil will keep you updated, I'm sure. Sangander breaks off for the 4th frame, which he'll hope will be the last. That would mean it'd be a 3-1 victor. Ryan Day will be doing his level best to do something about that, though.
Yeah, if Day loses this match, his closing match of the group against Zouser on table 2 to end this session will be for Day, do or die.
Is there a gap past the green to pot this red that's near the right corner? If there is, he may be able to stun across with the black to the opposite corner. Seems as though there is a gap through to this red. How's he going to play this? Will he play for the black? It's more of a guarantee than playing for anything else. Too thick, and he's left the red. Exactly what Ryan was hoping for. Now will Ryan play for the black? That red that's just above the cue ball there could potentially block the path through to the black if he's not careful. Played it well.
Unusually, we did not see a deciding frame finish on table 1 yesterday. 4 3-0 results, 2 3-1s. Now Day will be viewing this as the opportunity to get back all square. Black going on the pink spot doesn't help though.
No, he tried to cannon that red clear of the black spot. Unfortunately, he landed pretty much on it, and he's queuing over that red now, so positionally he has a little bit more of a problem. But the pink and the blue may well be available. He's had to bounce the cue ball off the bed of the table, so that created entirely the wrong angle. And I think that's end of break.
Well, we drew a vaguely scrappy frame. So far it's been very high scoring. 92, 120 from Zhang, 106 from Day. And there's a useful 7 points to add to Day's tally. No advantage gained, so a miss called. That means all the balls, not just the cue ball, will be put back.
Sangander just given advice to our referee as to the positioning of the balls, and looks pretty good to me.
Looks a little wider this time. Yeah.
Well, if Ryan can play off the red that the cue ball's next to, try and get the cue ball roughly behind the green on the bolt cushion. He'd like to use the blue to block off the left-hand side of the table if he can. He's got too much action on the cue ball and cannon the green, but it was a good cannon, because maybe the blue is blocking off that lone red furthest left. And if that's the case, then Zhang An doesn't have an easy path back to bulk here.
It's great to be skillful, but it's also very beneficial to have a little bit of luck on your side. And Zhang most certainly was there. Look where the cue ball is, just limping past the line of the blue spot. And yet Day had no option but to play safe. Nothing available.
Lovely little ricochet there from the top drawer of the middle pocket, has left it close to the bulk cushion, but Ryan can play this red furthest left again. Try to get the cue ball around the angles towards the green side of the table ideally. So playing it with side spin, and he's played that absolutely beautifully.
On table 2, Zusa is in front at 2-1. He led 64-0. Lzowski replied with 44, but the break stopped there, and eventually Zhu got over the line on the green.
This fourth frame certainly not following the style of the 3 frames played before it. It's a far more tactical affair. Again, that blue causing problems this time for Ryan Day, who can't play off the left-hand red now to get back to bulk. It's a little more congested, this right-hand side of the table, so there's a little more pressure on Ryan's safety here. But he's played it very well indeed. Just wondering if that pink above, I beg your pardon, the red above the pink spot will cut in between those 2 reds to the left of it. I wonder if Ryan attempted to pot that red, you know, but unfortunately one has finished near that corner pocket and it's easily cuttable.
Only 2 of the 6 colours on their spots, but the reds aren't badly spaced. Oh, and hitting the blue like that might well have saved Zhang's positional bacon. It's not going to be a conventional break, this, because, as I say, most of the colours aren't where they normally are. The black, I think it would be an exaggeration to say out of commission, but certainly not easy. But it's the kind of chance you can make a half century from, and obviously if Zhang does that, Day being 2-1 down would be really under it.
You could take the decision to try and leave an angle on the red to bring the black into play, because he'd probably have the pink cuttable to the centre pocket, but if the pink were to be on its spot, I think that would do for Zhang Anda. He was so straight on that red though. Had to screw past the pink, very close to it. But he's played a good shot there. Too much angle on the pink, yes, but he has the right angle on it. He may well still play this pink. It's a thin cut to the centre, but the cue ball will be travelling towards those 4 or 5 reds around the black spot. If he plays the yellow, he'll have to generate quite a bit of power. And he didn't play that anywhere near well enough, really. Again, he's going to be fighting now to get good position on the colour.
Keeps the break going. Hard toil this. 5 pots for 7 points.
Well, he could certainly go around the angles of the green pocket here and come down for the reds. And that hasn't finished ideally, but he may still have a choice of 2 reds to this right corner. The one near the black spot and one parallel to the cue ball to the right of it.
Yeah, a real example of how quick the bedcloth is. This to the middle, so easily missed. Yeah, so often you see that shot just floated into the top jaw, the far jaw.
I'm just mildly surprised that he chose that red in favour of another one I suggested.
And now all of Zhang's hard work to set up that break could prove beneficial for his opponent.
Day has a great deal of cue power within his armoury. He may need it here.
I know he's 2-1 down, but to me, he seems a lot more assured at the table than he did yesterday.
Well, this pink will be rather a test. It's a tricky little pot, and he has to play it with pace. Beautifully cued. 24 points the advantage. Just 3 more reds with high value colours required to win what is a very important match for Ryan Day. To at least draw level. Forgive me, I misread the scores. I thought he was 2-1 ahead, not 2-1 behind, of course.
And let's face it, Day's not had the most lucrative of seasons, not been amongst the big earners, so if he could possibly win this group and get into the winners group from a purely financial standpoint, that would be very agreeable. And of course, it would boost his confidence ahead of next week's German Masters.
Yes, he hasn't enjoyed the greatest of successes the last couple of seasons. He's 58th on the 1-year points currently. Oh my goodness me, what happened there? Well, he did seem to decelerate, but he did feel also that the red moved towards the top jaw, but if I'm honest, Phil, I just think that was a genuine miss. I think he was trying to pinch the pocket to hold for the pink, if in actual fact.
Yeah, so do I. I didn't see anything untoward there, apart from pilot error. And what a blow it would be if Zhang were to nick this frame, when, for all the world, it looked as though Day was going to make it 2-2.
Well, it would be a good clearance to win frame and Matchroom here with the 3 reds near cushion rails. And the black outer commission as well. So he only really has the pink to play for. So the work now really does begin for Zhang Anda.
That was precisely the kiss he didn't want.
14.
He'd love to get the cue ball on the bulk cushion behind brown and blue, but he doesn't want to leave a possible red on in the process.
Missing a point-blank range has not cost Day a great amount. But another mistake there. This is what I've noticed with Ryan Day in recent years. When he makes one error, a lot follow.
Oh, that's an impeccable length of the cue ball from Zhang Anda. Ryan as under pressure with his next safety. If he plays a safety shot he'd like to play, he could easily chip a red across towards a corner pocket, and because of that he may well consider taking this very difficult red on. Well, he played it very well. Unfortunate that it wobbled and he's left it.
Jack Lzowski is at the table on table 2. The frame isn't over yet, but he is going to force a decider against Zusa. It's going to be 2-2 in a few seconds' time. Well, the black has been there pretty much all the frame. And if it was on the spot, dealing with these 2 reds would be a whole lot easier than it's going to be. Mathematically, though, Zhang does not require it at the end of the frame.
Lovely angle on this red to work with. Whether or not he'll play for the pink in one of the corner pockets, I'm not sure, but he could certainly play it to the right centre and leave himself an angled scope for the yellow. That's his chosen path. Perhaps a touch straight, but I think he'll be happy with it.
doesn't want to leave the yellow from distance, because of course that was the ball he badly missed when he had the chance of a 147. He did not play it like that. Lucky, lucky, lucky. It was a good part, it was well cued, but the white could so easily have dropped it off. So Zhang now 1 point behind. Green, brown, blue and pink will be enough.
And this really will be a severe blow to Ryan Day's hopes of making the semi-final playoffs later today.
And that's another attribute of Zhang's game that's very dependable, rest play. Yeah, he was positionally very lucky from yellow, or on the yellow after the pink. But he's taken these balls nicely. I have to give him credit for that. And it's the pink to win. We didn't have a match go the distance on table one yesterday, and that remains the case. Because even though Ryan Day was looking good to force a decider, in the end, Zhang Anda, after earlier breaks of 92 and 120, wins the fourth on the pink. He defeats Ryan Day 3-1. For now, he goes to the top of the Group 7 table. Coming your way shortly after this break, it will be Jack Jones against Zhang Anda.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League Pool winner.
Aloysius Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biardo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Aloysius Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutas.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Arcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So it's the final day of the BetVictor Championship League. This is Group 7, and with it, the final place is available to book into Winners Group come the end of play today, and this is how the group is currently standing. Zhang Anda holding all the cards at the top of the table. He's played 4 matches and he's won 3 of them, so he's in a very good position to progress through to the semi-finals. Jusa and Jack Lzowski also in a good position, I feel, and they're currently over on table 2 competing against one another, and that game has gone to a decider, so still very much to be decided over the next few games. As for our focus here on table 1, Zhang Anda off the back of that 3-1 win against Ryan Day, he stays out there to take on Jack Jones. Jack Jones, the world number 19, in need of results this season, and this week is providing a good opportunity to get some good solid match practice. Remember, come the World Championship in the spring, Jack Jones, the £200,000 that he won for that world final run a couple of years ago, that prize money and the ranking points will be coming off his ranking, so if he doesn't repeat that performance, naturally he will fall down the rankings, so it's important for Jack Jones to get some results in the coming months to try and sustain that place. As for Zhang Anda, Dom, it was nearly a 6th 147 a few moments ago. They've been flying in this week.
Yeah, oddly enough, in the very first frame he had an equally good opportunity to have a go at a maximum. He was only on, I think, something like 40. He played for red to the left centre, and he could have easily stunned down for the black, and the reds were in very good positions, but decided to play up for the blue. And lo and behold, he had another chance later on in the match and just failed to pot that tough long yellow, which he was forced to leave himself from such a straight black. And the last red, which he doubled. Right, what you say about Jack Jones, though, with all those ranking points coming off his tally, and he's actually having a steady season. He's 32 on the 1-year points, But to lose 200,000 ranking points could really plummet you down the rankings.
Well, he couldn't have got much closer to that attempted long red. Zhang Anda rattled a number of times before staying out. Just the pace keeping it on the table, so chance for Jack Jones to get going. In terms of the career head-to-heads, I had to search quite far back to find a Zhang Anda victory, which may come as a surprise to many people. 5-1 Jack Jones leads. And you have to go way back to 2010 in the Shanghai Masters to find the one result that Zhang Anda did get over Jack Jones. 5-4 he won that day. And their most recent meeting came just a few days ago here in Group 6. Jack Jones won 3-2.
I think these two players are probably the most hardened match snooker players of the players that are contesting this group. That was a risk to roll in behind the blue there. That key ball only just has to roll off a couple of millimeters and you can make a mistake such as that. But as you can see, the black isn't in too bad a position. It's very possible where it is, except for the two reds either side of it, which are blocking both corners, so that will be a problem. Pink, of course, tied up. So, although Jack is in here, it's going to be difficult to score.
News just in over on table 2. Jack Lzowski managed to get the win over Zhu Se. He won by 3 frames to 2, having gone 2-1 down in that game, so Jack Lzowski looking very good indeed in this group also. I sense the players have realised, particularly up in the players' lounge, that today is quite serious business, Dom. This is the last opportunity to book their place into winners group. No more groups to be played after this, that's it. One place available, and all of them are desperate to get into that winners group to not only give themselves a chance of getting their hands on some silverware, but a great opportunity for someone to maybe book their place into the Champion of Champions.
Yeah, and that's extraneous pressure upon the players, and of course 5th place, which normally means you come back for the next group, doesn't matter now because there are no other groups. Power that blue in. He's played that very nicely. Needs a good angle on the blue again now to go into the pack of reds.
Yeah, and actually the really good thing about how yesterday unfolded was that come the start of play today, everyone was still involved really. Jimmy Robertson finished yesterday at the foot of the table, but with 3 matches to play today, should results go his way, and of course he'd take care of his own business, it's still wide open. Keeps it very, very competitive still, which is great.
18.
Well, that's worked out quite nicely for Jack because he's brought the pink into play now. Okay, it doesn't pot to the left corner, but it certainly pots to the right centre. But for now, he just wants to concentrate on the blue just for a little while so that he can try to remove a couple of the reds either side of the pink spot so that the pink becomes available once it's potted.
May just have a trace of angle too much on this blue. Good opportunity to drop the cue ball into some reds, just use the reds as a stopper for the cue ball, and in the process open that pink spot up. So he's gradually edging towards this being a really good frame winning chance now, Jack Jones.
Just left himself a little awkward now. Has a choice of possible reds. I think he did want to be on this red to the right corner. I wasn't sure he could get past the pink. He was just able to. And after finishing just a little too high on the blue on several occasions during the course of this break, he's perfectly positioned on it now.
Yeah, and actually that was a really nice strike, wasn't it? Because there was a little more angle than he would have liked on that red, and had to really nip into the cue ball and timed it to perfection. These cloths are so reactive, it's very easy to lose your way in amongst them when you're having to go up for blue or bought colours. So he's going along nicely here, Jack.
Did very well there. That was controlled to perfection. You can probably just drop this blue in and play for the red next to the pink. Then the pink will be available into both centres and both corners, although he only actually needs a red and a high value colour here to make the frame safe.
Well, where has that miss come from? And he was up particularly quickly there, wasn't he? He knew as soon as it struck that pink was not heading for the pocket. It was heading for the jaw. And in all fairness, he's caught a fair bit of that jaw.
And the wrong draw, really, because you normally play shots into the centre pockets off the top jaws just slightly. You've got more room for error, but how on earth does Zhang try and win this frame? There are 59 points remaining, is 57 behind, can afford one pink, the rest have to be blacks. And the pink's up in bulk and the black doesn't pot anywhere.
Yeah, and taking a blue now is no good to him whatsoever, so Jack Jones still in a great position in this frame, albeit he should have had it won definitely by now. Well, this is a great effort to promote that black, and that is very well played. love to be on this red to left corner, and I think he's okay. Well, all of a sudden he does have the chance to take out the two reds with blacks, and he can still tie the frame.
I'm just wondering though, once the black's respotted, the red near the black spot won't pot to the right corner, so he can't play for that. He'll have to play for the one nearest to the pocket, but he may have to leave himself so high on it that holding for the black won't be easy. Well, he's done his best there to get into the cue ball and cannon the red, and I'll tell you something, he'd be delighted with this result, because the black I think will go on the pink spot, and he has the perfect angle now on this red to play for it.
14.
Yeah, it was a really good positional shot actually in potting that previous black. He effectively used the angle that he had on it to his advantage there. Felt that he could get low enough into the cue ball to play the cannon to the red. Again, a bit of a calculated gamble really. He was relying on a fullish contact and got one. So good thinking from Zhang Anda. Well, how has he even got the chance to keep this frame alive? Jack Jones maybe kicking himself in a few moments' time. He can't lose the frame from this visit of Zhang Anda's Jack Jones, but he's put himself under some unnecessary pressure to win the respot should Zhang Anda clear these remaining 6 colours.
I'm really looking forward to Zhang Anda playing from pink to black. It'll be an exciting shot to watch, because the cue ball's going to have to travel the length of the table. Judgment of pace will be very tricky.
Yeah, so this cue ball is now going to be covering a little bit of distance. Needs it up and down now, back into balk. Anything but straight. Well, he's made sure he didn't run the risk of landing straight there. And as you say, Dom, this shot all about pace. And the cue ball could quite easily trap into the cushion here and kill the pace. And he's not perfect, but he does have a shot.
This reminds one of the 147 Stephen Hendry knocked in many years ago from the other side of the table, but a very similar angle.
And I tell you what, that is a superb clearance from Zhang Anda. He came to the table needing blacks ideally. The black was out of commission right at the start. He managed to get it into play, and what a clearance to force the respot. Jack Jones has got to go again. He had the frame won, he missed the pink to middle, and it's going to be a respotted black to decide this opening frame.
Here's a toss of the coin that you're always eager to try and win, and it's Zhang Anda who has won it.
Have left half attempt at a double here, Jack Jones. That black just creeping up the cushion a little higher than he would have liked. Played the percentage shot. He's got a very good object ball there. And that's the key in this situation, isn't it, Dom? You can disregard the cue ball, get that black ball safe.
Yeah, Jack's got to try a double here into the green pocket, and that's exactly what you want to see happen if you don't get the double. Although I have to say, I think he actually played that particular safety, and he's played it perfectly.
Yeah, and this is always a bit of a tricky one to judge, because the 3 cushion route that you'd like to send the black round the table will send it towards the right corner pocket. And that's exactly what's happened. He needs it to run. He needs it to go safe. Is it cuttable?
Well, it is, and he'll have to take the cut on. There's no easy safety shot from here. The only problem is, where does the cue ball finish? It could go anywhere, it could go in off, but it'll be flying round the table. Got to pot the black though.
And what a pot that is. It was a strange safety shot from Zhang Anda. It always looked a natural angle for that black to go close to that right corner pocket. And relief for Jack Jones. He had the frame won. He was fearing the worst, but he's won the respot. He takes the opener. So that was a dramatic start to our match on table 1. A respotted black, the first of this group. And this is table 2. Lei Pei Fan taking on Jimmy Robertson in their first games of the day. As I say, this group is still wide open, so everyone feels like they've got a chance. Remember, 5th spot is irrelevant today. There's no coming back for another one. It's all about getting in those top 4 places and booking your route through to the playoffs.
Foul. There is. 6.
Well, these are valuable points to Lei Pei Fan, because he's already 54 points to the good. But there are still 7 reds remaining. Possible 83 points, so no major concerns yet for Jimmy Robertson, but he's got to get this safe, and it's a tricky shot that he's trying to play here off 2 cushions to glance the red closest to the pink half ball. Problem is with this shot, the cue ball often cannons into the blue. Took a lot of pace off it, so the cue ball couldn't really go anywhere, but it's moderately safe.
I think Jimmy will be disappointed with how he performed yesterday. There was a couple of matches where he looked really below the level you would expect to see from a player of Jimmy's class. What about that for a bridge hand, Dom? You don't often see a finger tucked under the palm of the hand.
No, but I have no idea how some of the Chinese players are able to spread their little finger as wide as they do. It's almost at 90 degrees to the palm of the hand. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, that's the one thing that stands out with Lei Pei Fan, isn't it? The widest bridge hand in the world.
Well, back in the old, the 20s and the 30s, there's something in jazz called stride piano, where the thumb and the little finger had to span 7 piano keys. And I'm sure that wouldn't be a problem to Lei Pei Fan. Some of these Chinese players now are very experienced. Of course, Lei Pei Fan's a former ranking event winner of the Scottish Open. He defeated Wu Yize 9-6 in that final. But a lot of the China players that come over to the tour, which is predominantly British-based, of course, they do a lot of their learning playing the British players who know the game inside and out, because snooker hasn't any longevity in China in terms of its history. It's beginning to have, though, and some of the players in China do know the game inside and out, but some of the China players that have been on the tour a long time have probably learnt more about the game whilst over here.
So don't forget you can follow all the games live over on Table 2 on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, but Jack Jones has returned off the back of that re-spotted black victory in the opening frame, and it'll be a frame that he probably felt was getting away from him at one point. Managed to pinch it in the end, so he leads 1-0. And that is a wonderful opening red to kickstart this second frame. How well has he played that? Digging down slightly into the cue ball to control the white around the two cushions, and played it so confidently. Didn't bail out there.
I think from a psychological point of view, winning that first frame the way he did on the re-spotted black was probably better than winning it comfortably from a psychological standpoint, of, as I say, because Zhang Anda had a chance to win that in the end but didn't, and he'll be on a little more of a downer perhaps psychologically than had he lost it rather comfortably as he looked like doing.
And what a split he's just played there, Jack Jones. Not just the contact to the main cluster, but the cue ball tracked on and off the side cushion and back into the red and black, and has actually brought the black into play as well. Every part of that shot was perfect.
And most unusually, the pink almost found that centre pocket there, but as you say, he's brought pink and black into play. The reds have fanned out like a dream, but he couldn't do anything about being low on this black because of the reds next to it. Does he have a little more angle on the black than he needed to have, though? He's able to cannon that red, though, and that's finished well.
It's amazing, isn't it, how a few moments ago, literally a few minutes ago, Zhang Anda was a ball away from winning the opening frame, having had no right to have even been involved in it. And a few moments later, he sat in his seat, probably staring 2-0 in the face, 2-0 down. Jack Jones has worked these reds absolutely spot on. This is a glorious scoring opportunity now. And a chance that, from what we've seen from Jack Jones over the last couple of days here at Championship League, a chance you would expect him to take. He seems to enjoy taking these chances at Championship League, and he seems to enjoy making 100 breaks.
I love watching the way Jack Jones strikes the cue ball. It's most unusual because his final pause is at the cue ball, and then he brings the cue back and forwards to strike the cue ball in one motion. And that's very unusual among the top players today.
Yeah, he's got a lovely flow to his action, hasn't he? Super smooth. Gets the cue moving, you can see, right, back and forth. And he's got very long pull back, nice acceleration through the cue ball. What helps him to strike that cue ball so sweetly.
back in the day, we're talking probably early 90s here, there used to be a professional player not too far from here actually, Cannock in Staffordshire. Steve James, a beautiful cueist, a very fluent player, one of the quickest players you ever likely to come across. A lovely player to watch, had a very similar cue action to Jack Jones, just a lot quicker. But the same sort of thing, a final pause at the cue ball and then back and forwards to strike the cue ball pretty much in one motion.
Did I just catch Jack having a cheeky glance at his watch there, Dom? Is he in a rush?
Is that a watch on his wrist or a television set? I'm not sure.
66.
Producer's just informed me it's called an Apple Watch. Doesn't look very much like an Apple to me.
Yeah, it wouldn't be advised to eat it, Dom, that's for sure. Anyway, this has been a great visit from Jack Jones. All off his own doing, really. I suppose he does look like he's in a bit of a rush. This has been quick fire stuff, this frame. But of course he's got another match to play, another 2 matches to play actually. He stays out to take on Jack Lzowski in the next. Leipzig fan in the 4:30 session. But he must be feeling good about his game, Jack Jones. He looks in complete control of himself, playing with confidence. Lovely rhythm around the table as well.
The thing that I always do like about players like Jack Jones, solid all-round players, they're very hard workers on the practice table. It tends to be the natural players that are a little bit less likely to put the hours in the way the hard workers do, like the all-rounders like your Jack Jones is, your John Higgins, your Mark Selby's, that type of player, Kyron Wilson, another. But he's a very confident player, and that's why he's capable of such great performances.
If I was to put you on the spot, Dom, and say, was you a hard worker or a more natural player, how would you categorise your own self?
No, I was never really that much of a hard worker. Not for comparison to some of the game's greats. I always admired Stephen Hendry so much because he wanted to be the best in the world. Steve Davis was at the time, and Stephen was always willing to do whatever it took to be the best in the world. In other words, he put his job, snooker, his career, before life itself, and I never did that. I gave up a career in the police to turn professional, so snooker wasn't quite in my blood from the word go the way it was amongst some of the other players.
Oh, what a shame. No total clearance there from Jack Jones, but what a break that was. A break that ends on 103. He got in with a glorious long red off the break from Zhang Anda, and the rest is history. He's doubled his lead. He's one away, 2-0. It's an interesting point, though, isn't it, Dom? You look at all the game's greats and how they all go about business. I've been practicing myself quite a lot with Mark Selby, and to say I'm in awe of the bloke would be an understatement, because he really is one of the hardest workers in the game, and he conducts himself exactly as he would in a game in practice. It's relentless.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Stephen Hendry used to coin a phrase, if you play like you practice, if you practice like you play, you'll play like you practice. So if you keep to good habits on the practice tables, when you go to play a match, all those habits will come to the fore and you'll play the same way. But I think when you're young, you don't do that, do you? Experiment, you bash the balls around. When you're young, you're just enjoying it so much. You don't actually work on your game the same way, you just enjoy it. But there does come a time when you're in the middle teens that you have to put the hard work in as your ability as a player increases and you start to have eyes on being a professional player. You have to change all that mindset and practice and work on your game to improve all the time. And cue action, Stephen, isn't it? It's like muscle memory. It's forming good habits and repetition. It's pure repetition. And you basically, what you're doing in darts or in snooker or golf, you're trying to become one of nature's automatons, really, and that's a mindset in itself. Do you really want to become that, or do you just want to have a life as well? It's a delicate balance and a delicate mix of the two.
I must say, though, it is a great feeling to play the game to a high level, and you do take great pleasure in all the hours of practice when everything clicks into place on those days, and I suppose you could class it as a bit of a purple patch, if you like. There's no better feeling, is there?
Yeah, and conversely, when it doesn't work out, it's very dispiriting. I remember Stephen Hendry losing a match, and because he practiced so hard, and he played poorly and lost a match, and I remember him saying in an interview, playing like that, I just feel like chucking it all in, because you practiced so hard to win an event, played the match, played poorly, lost, and you felt you've put all that hard work in for no reward at all. But that's the essence of sport, isn't it? There are peaks and troughs. You have to enjoy those challenges, rise to those challenges. If it was that easy, it'd be boring.
Well, it does seem that this match is getting harder and harder for Zhang Anda to even get involved in now. Played quite a weak safety shot, left a red available to the left corner pocket, and Jack Jones duly obliges. And from what we saw in the previous frame, if he's able to get the reds open sooner rather than later, Jack Jones, that could spell the end for Zhang Anda in this game.
I wonder if Jack wanted to leave himself higher on the blue to go into the reds. He's still okay. He can play for the red closest to the black, and once that's removed, maybe there's a red at the back of the pack to the left that will pot into the right corner. At the moment, I think the red he's about to play is probably blocking that red off, but it will become available very shortly. He can play for it now, and I think he will do. Now, a lot of players, and this is where the game's changed, a lot of players will purposely play low on this red. Oh, he's missed the black again. He's taken his eye off the black. I'll bet he cannot believe some of the mistakes. A simple pink to the left centre to win frame one, which he did win in the end. And that black there, was he perhaps too straight on it and trying to force an angle?
Well, Zhang Anda was praying from his seat for a lifeline, and one has just been thrown his way. What can he make of it? Lack of table time may play a part, particularly in the early stages of this break. It's not a clear-cut chance either. The black being up where it is not helping his cause. So it's going to be two cushions right-hand side to just widen that cue ball. He's gone a little too wide here. He's on nothing.
Yes, he doesn't possess a great deal of cue power, Zhang Anda, and when he does force a ball in, sometimes position can be a little errant. whether Zhang may be tempted to take a pot on here. The red to the right corner is rather straight though, and getting onto a colour from it could be difficult, but is there a cuttable red, I wonder, to the left corner?
Well, there was. That was very well spotted, Dom, and it was very tight. Also, that had to be inch perfect, and better yet for Zhang, he's landed absolutely perfect on this black, with a nice angle to get back down this business end of the table.
Notice that Zhang doesn't actually wear a watch when he plays. I could never play without wearing my watch. I don't know if you're in that sort of court, so to speak, to mix my metaphors.
No, I'm the same as Zhang. I cannot play in my watch. It just sometimes when the cue ball's a little bit close to the side rail, and it's like, do you get your hand on the table, or that sort of area where your wrist goes along the cushion? I just feel like it's not very comfortable. I don't know how players play in a watch.
It's true, actually. Yeah, it can get in the way. Sometimes a reflection off the glass of the watch as well, which can be off-putting. I remember driving to the snooker club many years ago to practice in Ryan, and I knew something was wrong as I was driving. I thought, check my coat, no, I've got my wallet, what's wrong? There's something wrong. And I noticed I hadn't got my watch on. I had to go home and get it.
Well, he just potted that red on the thick side, Zhang, which meant the cue ball didn't quite travel across the face of the black as he would have liked. Faced with a real delicate one here, very thin cue ball going into the reds, no guarantees. That's a very nice pot.
Bill Yates was mentioning how good Zhang is with the rest, and that's because he's not particularly tall of stature, and so he therefore naturally plays a greater proportion of shots with the rest that others wouldn't. Always rated Jamie Jones as well, Welsh player. He's been very good with the rest. He's taller than Zhang, but maybe only 5 feet 8 or 9.
Well, I've got the perfect opportunity now, parallel on this black, to dislodge the reds, get them all into play, or at least create a chance he can keep this break going. Nicely played. I think the red at the bottom of the 3 there, in a direct line next to the pink. The bottom one will pop to this right corner pocket, when the red far right is potted to left corner, so doesn't necessarily need to play any more cannons here, Zhang.
To be a little straight on that pink though. He's further away from this red, as you can see, and it's certainly missable, but from a positional point of view, it's not quite so easy to be precise here. And he has too much angle on the black now. He's got to play this with top and right hand side to come across the left hand side of the table to play that red that Stephen suggested.
Well, maybe didn't fancy the delicate little shot to rest up onto the red. Felt that he could strike the cue ball a little more positively, hedge his bets and try and bring all the reds into play, but it hasn't worked out. So, similar to the first frame, Jack Jones's turn to come to the table, still with a chance in this frame, nothing safe. 51 points available still.
Big problem there that Changanda had is the cue ball finished so close to the side cushion he couldn't get any right hand side on the cue ball to get the cue ball further over towards the yellow and the brown, so there's a chance here for Jack Jones.
Yeah, and even if he didn't get the pot, the cue ball was always tracking in behind that big target. Now he's hoping for a good kiss, and it's not too bad. He is on this brown to middle, and it's a shot that he has to go for. Perfect angle to get back down for the reds.
Just thinking there, Steve, you know, even during the middle part of my career in the early 2000s, let's say, there'd still be the odd player that would roll up behind the green. You would never see a player do that now, would you?
No, never. And if you were sat in the seat watching your opponent roll in behind the baulk colour, you're absolutely delighted to see it because it tells you exactly how they must be feeling.
Yeah, and that's exactly true, isn't it? And again, you know, players weren't always as perceptive as that, but like you say, if you saw an opponent roll up behind the green, you'd know immediately they weren't particularly confident in their potting skills.
12.
So 29 points adrift, Jack Jones. Any colour with this red. Well, cue ball has just drifted on, and now he's got a little more work to do in terms of getting nicely on the yellow.
In some ways, it's possibly easier to play for the yellow from the pink, but do you fancy potting the pink? Cue ball's actually travelling further, Stephen, but yet it's using the cushions, aren't you, and you've got more control.
Yeah, I like the pink shot, but Jack is opting for the blue. It's a great line. Needs it to run. Could have done with that cue ball getting closer to the baulk line in an ideal world, but you see, this is certainly doable. Oh, goodness me. His heart would have been in his mouth there. Only the pace kept that yellow from staying on the table. So key shot this now, blue to pink. Making sure he gets the correct angle on that pink to get as close to that black as possible. Oh, he's massively underhit this, is he? Is it going to get there? Well, how quick are these tables?
I was just watching that cue ball run on and on and on, and he's perfectly on the pink. So fast, isn't it? Like you, I thought he could have been a few inches short there, but this is a tester.
Quite surprised he didn't go the two cushion way there, Jack Jones. A little bit more pace on that cue ball might have been advised. This is not a sitter, but it is match ball. And he's missed it. And what a difference it made not trying to get closer to the black there. Just left himself a little too much to do. And what a gift for Zhang Anda. He pots the final black to keep his hopes alive. He looked for all the world that he was going to lose that match 3-0, but at 2-1, he's still in it, and he's still got a chance. He trails Jack Jones 2-1. So it feels like we've had a bit of everything in our match on table 1. Respotted black to kick things off, and then some very close contested frames. A century break in the middle as well. Table 2, a much tighter affair, 1 each between Jimmy Robertson and Lei Pei Fan. Jimmy at the table. And as I said earlier on, I don't think Jimmy would have been best pleased with how he performed yesterday, but his 2 poor performances were sandwiched by a pretty decent one. He found himself 2-0 down to Jack Jones. Managed to turn that one around and come out of victor 3 frames to 2 with a high break of 1-2-1 in that game as well. He's one of those players, isn't he, Dom? He's good, he's brilliant, but when he's not quite on song, he looks very vulnerable.
Yes, again, another very natural player, Jimmy Robertson. Has a very unorthodox grip of the cue as well. Might get a chance to see that in other matches that he may play. He is on our main table later on. We're playing Zhang, the 4th match, so we'll see more of Jimmy Robertson. Yeah, that's very unorthodox grip of the cue. A very talented player.
So Jimmy going along nicely there, looking good for a 2-1 lead, but back here on our feature table, Zhang Anda somehow managed to win that frame to keep his hopes alive. And I just wonder what sort of psychological effect that missed black may have on Jack Jones. Do you feel he could have got closer to the black there, Dom, at the end?
Oh, we had a great camera shot, didn't we, of the angle on the pink, and it looked perfect to me just to run it through off the side cushion and the top cushion, and as you say, get right in behind the black. It was a very awkward little angle that he'd left himself. Hang on. This red keeps running, it's in. Didn't keep running. Yeah, he could have played it better, and the other thing was he seemed to just get straight down and play the black. There was then without any forethought or prior preparation for what was frame and match ball, and so there was pressure on it. did finish rather high on the black. In fact, at one point, I didn't know whether he'd be able to see enough of it to pot it, but fighting again to hold the cue ball in position for the next red, which he played very well for. Of course, he's missed the black. So what does Jack decide to do here? He could leave an angle on the black to go into the reds. I like the idea, actually, of leaving the cue ball somewhere between the blue and the pink, playing the black with pace into the pack of reds. Couldn't fail to be on a red.
Yeah, me too. That looks a great shot to play. Look at the little cluster beneath the pink. There's two reds just slightly detached, and then the flat back of the 6 reds. If he can get his cue ball into that little corridor, he looks a certainty to land on something and bring them all into play. So this is a key shot. A shot that he played to perfection.
Oh, look at the way these reds are spread. Absolute dream of an outcome. Black spots completely in the clear. Oh, the multiplicity of reds you could play for, so he'd be disappointed here, Steve, not to win frame and match at this attempt.
Yeah, and just going back to that black, if you get that line, the line I suggested, you're cursed to not land, aren't you, at that sort of pace? You really are, because it was the perfect line to get into them. He's just got to reset here, Jack Jones. Just try and stay as present as he can, forget all that's gone before.
He can't see enough of the red near the right corner. If he drops this red in with the rest, he's got to strike through the cue ball and mustn't decelerate, otherwise you can miss it on the thick side. Oh, wasn't the best, but it's in. Well, we just left table 2 a few moments ago with Jimmy Robertson nicely in amongst the balls, and he converted the chance to a total clearance, and with it, a new high break for this group, 134. So Jimmy Robertson in line for the £500 high break currently. But from what we've seen, Dom, it feels like quite a low total clearance, that, doesn't it? 134. Is it going to stand? It might do, you know. I remember a group being won once with a high break of 132. That was a while ago. That was in the old Crondon Park days. He'll have to play the red nearest the right centre here. The red he played for above the black, he's not straight enough on. Took a chance there, screwing back for the black. He could have held for the blue, but he would have had the wrong angle on it. But what a test he's left himself here. Very, very awkward cueing. He probably has enough angle on the black to get nicely on the next red. But he's missed easier pots than this during the course of the match. This match could still go 2-all if he weren't to pot this.
Yeah, it wasn't just the pot that was the difficult aspect of that shot. The pace he needed to inject to the cue ball to try and get over for those reds. I suppose the only saving grace potentially for Jack Jones is the fact that he did miss it thick and he hasn't left anything straightforward for Zhang Anda. He's got this red up into the yellow bag as a potential in. Yeah, that's nicely played, so it's out of Jack's hands now.
Can't help but think that he's left himself unnecessarily far away from this next red here. Zhang Anda, the blue won't pop past the black. So he may well have to try and play for the black, but those 2 or 3 reds that surround the pink will need developing as well.
Well, that red just kept running and running. Zhang Anda would have been praying for it to have pulled up and gone safe by the side cushion. So Jack Jones comes to the table out of his seat like a whippet. What a reprieve. And just looking at the table, actually, Dom, he won 1 match from 3 yesterday, but the match he won was 3-0, and the 2 matches he lost were 3-2. So I suppose if you are going to lose games, it's lose them 3-2 and at least get the 2 points from each, or the 2 frames from each. If he wins this match, he's still in a great position, I feel.
Yes, I completely agree. Surely he'll score heavily enough from here to win frame a match. He's already 34 points ahead. Just needs 2 reds, 2 colours, followed by 1 more red. But Zhang Anda, he was in great shape there to recover that deficit and take us into a deciding frame. But when he played the yellow, he left himself so far away from the next red. Had to play it with the rest and just couldn't play it with enough power and accuracy to continue the break. Oh, he's beginning to make a mess of this. I'm just wondering if the 2 reds next to the pink may be a plant. That would be a huge help to Jack Jones if they were.
Yeah, that would be a godsend, wouldn't it? The way he's played that last shot. The only outcome from potting that red beneath the reds was that he would need to go in and out of baulk with this black. And therefore the cue ball travelling further than he would have liked. Now, is it a plant? Because if not, he's faced with a very tough red now.
Oh, well, that's unmissable from where the cue ball is. He's just, mind you, made a complete hash of a 3-ball plant yesterday. He's got to hit the top red, the one that's just to the right of the pink. He's got to hit it on the thick side. That would push the bottom red downwards slightly and it would go towards the bottom jaw. It's what's called a reverse plant. So he's got to hit this red almost full ball. And that's exactly what he did. But he's overscrewed the cue ball, and that's because the other red was so close to the one he played into that it was almost like a brick wall that he was screwing off there, and it just creates an extra bit of action on the cue ball which you tend to forget about as a player.
Oh, and he'll be absolutely gutted for the cue ball to have landed where it has done. Look at the area he had for it to finish. Pink available, blue available, any of the baulk colours, but nothing easy from where he is now.
No, if you actually set something up on a practice table in your club or something, you just screw back off one red. You put 3 reds together, all touching one another, and play the same screw back shot, you'll find you'll get a lot more reaction out the ball. And that's what happened there with Jack. He was screwing back off basically 2 balls jammed together. He got a lot more action out the cue ball than he expected to get.
Well, may have tried to send the green twice across there and chip it towards the side rail, get a bit of insurance, but catching the blue keeps it in play, and with it Zhang Ande's hopes of getting back involved in this frame. 43 points behind, 51 on, so plenty to play with. Good safety required here though.
Well, it's a good effort at the pot, but once the cue ball cannoned into the blue, it was extremely fortunate that the red he played blocked the other one, which would have been a simple pot. But Zhang Ande has played a good safety there. It may not quite be a snooker, it's very close.
Yeah, that was really well played and showed quite a bit of experience there, Zhang Ande. A lot of players may have been seduced by the position of the blue, trying to get the cue ball in behind that, but it was a big target, yellow and brown, and playing it the way he did could guarantee the red coming close to the others. So tricky little shot this for Jack. Does he try the little swerve, or is it on and off the top cushion? Find the thin edge. Well, he missed it by quite some way actually. That'll be getting replaced.
He'll need a lot of luck here. You can't play this shot just using pure skill. There's a little bit of room for error here. But if he catches the red on the left-hand side just a little too thickly, the cue ball could make contact with the jaws of the centre pocket. Very tricky shot to judge, and as I say, you can only really guess at how he needs to play this. Delighted with that. I don't think Zhang Ande will attempt the pot on the red near the pink because the cue will be cannoning the other 2 reds, but can he get in behind the blue here maybe?
He's living very close to the edge, Zhang Anda. Played that shot very positively to hold for the black, didn't try and bail out up the table and risk over hitting the ball. Could have left something a lot easier for Jack Jones.
Both players are decidedly edgy now. Seen a lot more mistakes in this frame than we've seen for most of the match. Jack chuntering something to himself there. Sure, whatever it is he's saying to himself, or profoundly negative.
Yeah, and I just wonder if the previous frame, the final black that Jack missed, if that is still playing around in his mind. Because he has started to show signs of emotion from nowhere, really. And he's just letting his temperament get the better of him. And one thing you can guarantee with Zhang Anda is that he will never show signs of emotion. Very cool, calm and collected. It does feel like the longer this game goes on, the more intense things will become for Jack Jones, and the result of that could mean it all becomes a little too much.
Absolutely, he's had some golden opportunities these last couple of frames, particularly in this frame. He's had two wonderful chances. But he needs another. Will he get one?
Well, the obvious stumbling block now would be yellow to green, but the position of the green is actually helping Zhang Anda. So it would mean that he wouldn't have to strike the yellow as firm as if the green wasn't there.
Well, he played that as though he had to play for the pink, but had he been trying to play for the blue there, I'm sure he could have done. The remaining 5 colours, blue to pink, may be a difficulty.
Well, would you believe it? Now, Zhang Anda got up off the shot there and glanced down at the middle pocket. He knew that he was going close, but under no circumstances do you go this close. There's nothing unlucky about that. That's a bad shot.
No, I think the mistake was to not leave himself straight on the blue, just to screw off the right-hand side cushion and directly towards the pink, but there's pressure on this, it's frame and it's match ball.
again, you can see the way that Jack played that cue ball intentionally to the top cushion. Just gives us an inkling as to how he's feeling, if we didn't already know. And he's played it almost as a shot to nothing, and quite often you end up leaving the blue. But that time, he was quite fortunate, Jack Jones.
Oh, this is one of those shots that Jack's about to play, and if you're Zhang Anda, you're a nervous man, because I've seen a lot of this type of shot fluked into a middle pocket. But if Jack can make full ball contact off this top cushion with the blue, and the blue doesn't contact the black, he may well snooker Zhang Anda.
Well, a good pot on the blue from Zhang Anda. He's willing that cue ball to hold up, and it has done. So, in his mind, this pink is frame ball. One good strike. But he's missed it. Well, edgy would be the word. This feels very, very edgy.
Well, personally speaking, if I were Jack Jones, I wouldn't actually take this pink on, because I could play a very, very good safety. Because he's just not potting balls like this at the moment. Can he knock this in? Miles away.
And again, look at how he's played it. That's a sign of someone that didn't really fancy the pot. Similar to the last blue that he played. But I suppose desperation is starting to kick in, and it seems unlikely that he's going to refuse anything, Jack Jones. Of course, he only needs this pink. Zhang Anda needs both.
See, he was about to get straight down there and play this pink. Now he's got up off the shot and he's thinking twice. Now he's got to ask the question, is the pot as easy as the safety shot? Because the safety shot is not easy. Problem is, he's probably thinking if he doesn't pot the pink, the likelihood is that it may wobble in the jaws and remain pottable.
Well, it just started to feel like Jack Jones was destined to lose this frame. Things just haven't quite gone his way. He had multiple chances to get it won, but it's Zhang Anda who somehow keeps his hopes alive in this game. 2-0 down, he was a few millimetres away from losing at 3-0 and has won the last two frames on the final black. We're going the distance, 2 each. Well, this game has had a bit of everything, hasn't it, Dom? We started off very positively. It was a respotted black to decide the opener, a great century break, and looked for all the world that Jack Jones would run out a 3-0 winner. It's amazing, isn't it, how quickly these short matches can turn around. Meanwhile, table 2 is still running across the other side of the arena. Ryan Day taking on Juicer. Juicer, of course, lost his opening game here on table 2 to Jack Lzowski. Played pretty well in that game, found himself 2-1 up, but Jack fought back well, and it's been a bit of a theme of this group, hence why it's been so tightly contested. All the players running one another very close, and this is another tough one to predict. This group's still wide open, Dom.
It is. Some of the players that need results beginning to get them. There's a couple of players that were at the foot of the table or near it, but had the odd game in hand above players that were higher than them in the table. Ryan Day is one of those players that's beginning to run out of matches to play. He's a mile away from that, and he hasn't got away with it.
Yeah, and even the player that we mentioned that was on this table a few moments ago, Jimmy Robertson, had a very, very poor day yesterday at the office, but finished his match against Leipzig fans so positively. Breaks of 1-3-4 and 1-1-8 to run out a 3-1 winner, and the byproduct of that is that Jimmy Robertson, from sitting at the foot of the table coming into today's play, is now currently holding 4th position. So if that wasn't enough evidence to tell you just how tight this group is, it really is going to go right down to the wire. And amazingly, we were saying how Jack Jones was in a good position on our feature table, having won one game yesterday 3-0, and the 2 matches he lost by the score of 3-2. He was 2-0 up. Again, Zhang Anda looking very strong. He currently holds last place in the group, so he needs to win all of a sudden. He's had the match won so many times. Which way is it going to go?
Yes, if Jack Jones doesn't win that deciding frame, and he can't be favourite to with what's gone on in the last couple of frames, then his chances of progression for the semi-final playoffs are bleak, to say the least. Well, that was a superb pot along the top cushion. Played with great accuracy, but we're just about to leave table 2 to return to our match table here. And do you have a favourite here, Stephen, as to who's likely to win? I mean, surely Jack Jones isn't favourite now.
Yeah, it's got to be Zhang Anda, hasn't it, because of what's gone before. Jack Jones really has got to brush himself down, and I know it's so much easier said than done, but he has to forget about what has gone before, because there's no doubt that it will be playing a part in his mindset. Lost 2 black ball games to Zhang Anda, and it feels like he's got momentum now. Oh, and he could not have got any closer to that red. And look at where the black's gone.
This red tried its hardest to drop, but it didn't. And Stephen says he's tied the black up, but Jack would be delighted to be back at the table with the first good chance in this decider. Now, he had a look at the 2 reds just to the right of the pink to see if they were a plant. Can't really hold for that plant here. He has too much angled on the blue, but will he go into the pack?
Well, good to see him staying positively, as you say. Fair angle on that blue, so there was every bit of value in going into the reds. And he's pushed a red close to this right corner pocket and clearly can't see it direct. Maybe a chance to pot it cushion first.
Yeah, he's got to play this cushion first, and with 4 colours, the blue and the bolt colours to play for here, he's got to be on one of them, and it shouldn't be too difficult, should it, Stephen, to pot this off the cushion?
No, it's quite a straightforward shot, really. Just get the first part right and the rest of the shot will take care of itself. Cue ball will be heading up the table, and actually that is a dream little flick off the red and pink, because it's brought that pink into play as well.
And he's on the blue nicely. Incredible, because things tend to go against you when you've thrown frames away, when you've had a chance to win the match. You don't often have a good run of the ball thereafter. if he still has another plant. Those two reds below the pink are not the same two that I was referring to a few moments ago, but, well, that's a good camera shot for us. You can see it's set to the top jaw. You wouldn't really play for those as a plant.
Yeah, but actually when you come to the table in a position like this, you are looking for any problem balls, and those two balls by the pink spot would be problem balls for Jack at the minute. I suppose the black being out of commission is doing him some favours, because if he pots the pink, that will go down to the black spot, but the red on the pink spot will pot to left corner and right middle.
Yeah, he may be able to play for it here. Quite straight though on the blue, isn't he? I have to say, Stephen, I'm not a fan of the shot he's left himself here. You might play a delicate stun off the red below the one he's about to play, but you could flick off it and go behind those two reds to the right and not be on the pink if he's not careful.
Well, he's played it really well actually, and that was important that he got that shot right, because look at the pink spot now, well available for Jack Jones, and the pink available into all four pockets. So this becomes a great match-winning chance now. The pink is a good ball to have in play, actually, because, of course, it's in the middle of the table. Got four pockets to play on it for. Red's nicely spread.
Got to ask you, Stephen, given the fact that Jack's had some fabulous chances in the last two frames to wrap up this match, and he hasn't taken them, he's missed pots, and he shouldn't have done. With this chance he has now, do you change your mindset, knowing that you've failed to take the chances of the previous frames? Do you work on your mindset and tell yourself different things to help you get over the line this time?
Yeah, I'm very much in this position trying to stay as present as possible, strip everything back and keep it as simple as you can. Just look at this red. In your own mind, come to the decision of exactly how you want to play it. And it's important to try and leave yourself options as well. You know, don't try and be so precise in these positions, because it's very easy to just run out and then find yourself chasing the break, and you can come unstuck pretty quickly, as Jack seems to have done here. Just left himself slightly straighter on this blue. I suppose it's difficult for Jack to see that he's in a pretty strong position in this frame now, because he's living and breathing every emotion under the sun out there, but the black being tied up with the red and the red under his arm there,
39.
doing him some favours at the minute. But this is the problem: when you lose your cue ball once, you start chasing it around the table, and all of a sudden what looked like a great chance on paper, you start scrapping to keep it alive.
Well, he may have inadvertently done himself a favour here. If he plays for the red nearest the right corner, and he's potted the brown, and he is on it, in potting it, there's a red just above the black spot that will then pot into the same corner, so he's helping himself here, because that red that's above the cue ball, once that's removed, the red next to that then pots to the left corner, so getting rid of this red is a big boon to Jack Jones's hopes of winning frame and match here. But his positional play has been letting him down the last couple of frames.
Yeah, I would agree, but that last one was a great decision to play for the pink that side, guaranteed being high on it. And that meant it was easy to get to this red at the back of the cluster, so ticking along nicely, points are mounting up for Jack Jones.
Did well there, because he wasn't straight on the red. So had to screw through the pack. And he's done well to be on the blue, but does he have an angle to work with? He may not have. Does he have any angle to work with? If he has none at all, then getting onto red at all from here could be very tricky.
Yeah, dead straight on the blue begs the question, where does your next red come from?
Well, he may have to leave himself on the red near the right side cushion to screw back for the blue, because in taking it on, he wouldn't be automatically leaving Zangander in. Not so sure about playing the yellow.
Well, that's a great pot. It really is. And he is on this red. Just about wriggled in.
53.
And that was nicely composed as well to slot the red into the middle pocket. Perfect on this pink, and now really has to win the frame.
Do you think when he played that pink, Stephen, he was thinking of the pink he missed in the first frame?
Absolutely. I was thinking of it, never mind Jack. Oh, he's done very well here. Every credit. Because he's had the kitchen sink thrown at him, so to speak. Zangander done incredibly well to stay involved in this match. But now surely Jack Jones has done enough.
67.
He could have won this match 3-0 very easily. Will it hurt him, the fact he's lost 2 frames in this match that he shouldn't perhaps have lost?
Well, the break surely now going to come to an end at 80. But as I say, this has been a brilliant visit from Jack Jones. All things considered, looking at what has gone before, he's done very, very well there. That was a tidy break from the Welshman. From 2-0 up, he was under all sorts of pressure. Zangander came back at him, but he managed to find a great break in the deciding frame, and Jack Jones keeps his hopes alive of qualifying for the semi-finals. He wins the game 3 frames to 2. Now, in a few moments' time, it's going to be the battle of the Jacks. Lzowski taking on Jack Jones. We'll be back very shortly.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Maurice Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Pius Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Bennett. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah!
How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk! Come talk! Come talk!
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
Bigger and better.
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
What a tight group. The 7th group of the BetVictor Championship League of 2026 is turning out to be. Leipzig Fan with 1 point from 5 matches. That, I'm afraid, will not do. But the rest, they've all got really good opportunities. And Jack Lzowski with 2 matches left, and he's on 3 points, remember. If he were to win one of those 2 matches, he would definitely be in the semi-finals a little later on this evening. That was an absolutely dramatic match for Jack Jones, wasn't it? 2-0 up over Janganda, looked certainty to win. Looked certainty to win 3-0. In the end, he was so relieved to win 3-2, so his chances have been boosted. The chances of Zhang have receded a little. So every match now is so important. And our next contest features the 2 Jacks going head-to-head, Lzowski and Jones.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna play.
First frame, Jack Jones to break.
So often in this Championship League, how you do in your previous match if you're playing back-to-back has a massive effect. And I reckon, had Jones lost that previous match, Stephen, he would have found it very difficult to pick himself up off the floor. It might be difficult anyway if Lzowski continues to pot like that.
Yeah, you're right. If Jack Jones had lost that previous game, I think you could have put this down as almost a certainty that Lzowski would come through a victor, but mentally now Jack Jones will be okay. He was put through the ringer, yes, in the previous match, but the fact he got the W means a lot, and it keeps his hopes alive, and he's still got something to play for. That in itself may be enough to make this a real good fight between the two Jacks.
Lzowski's had the better of their head-to-head encounters. But only just. Outside of the Championship League, he leads 4-3 in their overall meetings. In the Championship League, it is 2-0 to Lzowski, both Group 6. Last year he won 3-1. This year, earlier this week, he also won 3-1.
Yeah, looked like a glorious chance this for Jack Lzowski to leave himself low on this red at the back of the pack, bring more into play in potting it. He doesn't hang around, does he? Things you love to see.
Also not hanging around, Stephen, Sir, about to take a 2-0 lead over Ryan Day on table 2. He's definitely going to lead 2-0. It's just a matter of what the break will be to get there. Zhu won the first frame with a break of 72. He's currently on 96 in the second.
Yeah, he's just quietly going about his business in this group, isn't he, Zhu? We've not seen him here on table 1. The only sights we've had of him is when we've dropped in over on table 2. Big player in this group.
What a shot that was. Dave Hendon made the point earlier this week when he was commentating. You'll rarely see anyone go into the pack as much as Jack Lzowski. Doesn't do it just once a break, 2, 3, 4 times sometimes. Just wants them as open as possible. He wants the balls to be exactly like his mind, i.e. he wants open snooker all the time. Doesn't want to have to faff around playing what they call safety.
Yeah, I must say, there was a game, I Can't remember which match it was, who he was playing, but he did exactly that. He just kept going into the reds. They was all open, it seemed, but he just kept going into them. Doesn't mind a pack split, does he, Jack Lzowski? But you can see why, the way he played that previous one. Played to perfection. That's just worked out okay. He didn't intend to push this red on for the middle pocket, but he'll take it. This has been a great break, hasn't it? Really, really aggressive snooker from Lzowski, straight off the long red being crunched in. Off Jack Jones's break off, that's what he's up against here.
69.
Yeah, that's his blueprint. This is what he wants to do every single frame he plays for the rest of his life.
70.
You know what, there's a lot of talk, Phil, isn't there, about Jack Lzowski and his all-round game, and, you know, to become a prolific winner, he's got to change this, that and the other, but I don't see why he should. He's played his game this way his whole career. He's got his hands on some silverware already. On his day, he can beat anyone, and on his day, he can lose to anyone, you know. Not every player that's ever played the game has to dominate the sport and do everything there is to do in the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. He makes an 85 break here. That first frame was over in the blink of an eye. Jack Lzowski 1, Jack Jones 0. He's the only player in this group yet to make a century. Thought he might put that to rights there, but unable to. Pot was, in the end, quite a testing black with the cue ball close to the side cushion. Currently, as it stands, I would still make Lzowski favourite to win this group, actually. A, because of where he stands, and B, his upside is huge, as we all know. If he catches a gear, he would be a very welcome addition into the winners group, starting here at the Mattioli Arena on February the 10th and concluding on the 11th.
The second frame, Jack Lzowski to break.
I know that Jones won that match against Zhang Anda that preceded this one, but I think the way he allowed Zhang to get back to 2-2, that will have got under his skin. He wasted numerous chances to win before he actually did.
Yeah, and it actually would have taken a lot out of him mentally. They are long days here. We keep saying it, but it's true. There's a lot of downtime in between matches, and it's tough to stay focused. So you want to try and keep as much energy in the tank as possible, and Jack Jones spent a lot in that previous match. And the trouble he's got here is that Jack Lzowski looks in a mean mood. Although, having said that, he's played his cue ball down into quite a big area there and somehow has landed on nothing.
I can tell you that Zeus did take that 2-0 lead over Ryan Day with a break of 121. So Day's hopes of making the semi-final playoffs hanging by a thread. He has to win the last 3 frames there. Not many more round-robin matches to come. Zhang Anda takes on Jimmy Robertson later in this session. Then at 4:30, it's Jones against Leipe Fan, Lzowski against Robertson. After that, we'll know the 4 players, the quality quartets who will make up the semi-finals. Jones, though, knows how to cope with Lzowski when the left-hander from Churchdown in Gloucestershire is playing well. Jones beat him 4-3 in the last 64 of the English Open in 2020, even though Lzowski made a couple of centuries and was looking good. Jones also beat him in the Xi'an Grand Prix in 2024 and in the World Championship qualifiers 10 years ago. Mind you, other side of the coin, Jones also well aware of just how good Lzowski can be. When they met in Group 6 of this tournament last year, Lzowski's 3-1 win was highlighted by breaks of 103 and 140. And one final note on that is Jones doesn't do himself any good. The last time Lzowski beat Jones in a ranking event, Wuhan Open last 32, 2024, Lzowski had 2 centuries and 2 80s. At his best, he's sensational.
And I just wonder here if he'll be tempted to run the cue ball on and off the side cushion into the main bunch. He's having a little look at that now. Does have loose reds available to play on, but he doesn't often shy away from playing the aggressive shot. It's a natural angle to play it, and quite often when you are left with that natural angle, it's always worth taking it, because you might not get a better chance. And look at what that shot selection has done for Jack Lzowski's hopes of making a big break in this frame now. He's opened everything.
I think with Jack Lzowski, he's rather like if you're a cricket fan, you'll know what I mean. An England batsman who's got loads and loads of potential, and when they come off and make a big century and hit loads of sixes and dominate the opposition bowling, it's a case of the wow factor. But then when they play something which is overly aggressive and get out early, then they fall victim to criticism. I think you've just got to take Lzowski for what he is. Yes, he's now a ranking event winner. Yes, he's a very skilled player. I think most of all, he's just a supreme entertainer. And snooker's lucky to have him.
Absolutely, and actually that is his identity in the sport, isn't it, really? Going back to the statement I made earlier about people wanting Jack to change his game and
27.
Do all sorts of things that don't necessarily come naturally to him. He was born to entertain, and we love him for it. We love watching him.
Yeah, I don't think he plays like this because he's thinking, I want to entertain the crowd. It's just the way he is. It's a byproduct of his approach to the sport. And let's face it, when he's on, he's on. I wouldn't change him. I think you would blunt the skills he has. I would change one specific aspect of his game, and you know what I'm going to say here. Don't play as many shots right-handed. That would be the thing I would call for, but that's a minor point. In terms of his attitude and the way he loves spotting balls, why alter? He doesn't love missing blacks off the spot. That came as a real shock.
Yeah, I can only assume that he just took his eye off the pot there in trying to play the perfect cannon to the red, just holding the cue ball for the red to right corner. Bit of a cardinal sin, really, at any level. But Jack Jones will be delighted that he didn't sit out for the whole of that frame there, because it was looking like a great chance for Jack to keep him in his seat. I suppose off the back of that previous game against Zhang Anda, deflated may be a word used to describe how Jack Jones may be feeling. Yes, he won, but it was an almighty battle in the end, and it would have taken a lot out of him.
Yeah, there were times at the peak of Stephen Hendry's career when he won a match, but it was only after being well in front and getting across the line narrowly. And he would find that difficult to take, even though in the end the result was positive.
I think it's true across the board in any sport, really. Ultimately, the result is what matters, but particularly for individual sports people, take a lot of pride in performance. And of course, obviously, the top players, they always take massive amount of pride in performance. They take nothing really from winning matches poorly. I know it is all about getting the win and all that comes with it, but playing well gives you so much confidence.
Yeah, people might say, well, if you play well, you win. No, that is not a guarantee. I've seen players produce brilliant performances and lose. I've seen players play very poorly and win. The latter, though, doesn't happen very often these days. Nicely done by Lzowski to swing the cue ball
21.
away from the mini bunch of 5.
he's got no choice but to go into them. The red beneath the pink may pot to this right corner, but he is low enough on this black to dislodge them all. And if anything, it did him some favours being quite low, because it just gave him a chance to generate that pace into the reds. And using the reds almost as a stopper for the cue ball, and in the process bringing them all into play. So this is a great chance now for Jack Jones. He really ought to make this count.
Just didn't get hold of that one. Yeah, that's why he's asking the referee to take a look at the black. He thought the contact was quite dull. It wasn't a kick. I think that would be exaggerating it, but it wasn't the most pristine contact.
37.
Nicely continued this break. That was lovely. Not just the pot on the red, but holding on the black. Now, it's 46 all in frame 3, Ryan Day and Zhu Se. But of course, helped by a century and another break over 70. It's Zhu who leads 2-0. And now with the pink off the cushion, you would assume whoever pots the penultimate red will win the frame. Hard to imagine that Jones won't equalise here, although he had frames 3 and 4 in his pocket against Jangander, and
53.
they fell out. Not the flashy player that Jack Lzowski is, but Jones, you have to respect his game immensely. Anyone who's been to a World Championship final at the Crucible, Stephen, they're proper players.
69.
Yeah, absolutely. He demands respect, doesn't he, Jack Jones, off the back of that? Okay, he may not have backed it up to the level that he would have hoped for, but the bottom line is he's a solid match player. And on his day, and even when he's not playing that well, he can be very hard to beat, which is a great asset to have in this game.
And he's a scorer, as he proved in this tournament last year. Jack Lzowski, after winning the first frame, was in the second. Everything was looking rosy until he missed a black off the spot. Jack Jones knew he had to capitalise, and he did with an 87 clearance. That's why this match is locked at 1-1. Now let's have a look over on table 2, where Ryan Day's played a very nice shot off the blue there, purposely going into the green to hold for the yellow. He's 12 in front, so just yellow, green and brown needed to get his first frame on the board in this match. Stephen, just when you think this group is moving in one direction, it moves in the other.
Yeah, it felt like a... Oh, I tell you what a touch Ryan's had there, because that was not as played. We knew this group was going to go tight, didn't we? We could sense that right from the start. And it's proved to be very tight indeed, and you can't guarantee that these 2-0 leads are going to translate into victories, because they're such short formats that anything can happen very quickly.
46.
Yeah, Zusa monopolised scoring in the first couple of frames, but it is Ryan Day who clears the last 2 reds to pink to make it only 2-1 in favour of the young Chinese player, who's celebrating his 28th birthday here today.
And what a birthday treat. Dom tells me he's got steak for dinner upstairs, Phil. Nice birthday meal.
Well, that's appropriate because the stakes are high down here.
Stop it now, come on.
On my recent holiday vacation to Florida, we had a couple of steaks that were, oh, heavenly. It's the only word to describe them. Both players have left the arena here. This is a very important match for Jack Jones. Not quite so for Jack Lzowski, but obviously if Lzowski were to win it, then all doubt about whether he would participate in the semi-finals would disappear. He would be there. The sting in this match is slightly reduced, given the fact that Jones and Lzowski have one more contest to come at 4:30. Jones takes on Lei Pei Fan. On this table, Lzowski over on table 2 meets Jimmy Robertson.
The third frame, Jack Jones to break.
Well, he isn't going to take much time at all here, Jack Lzowski, to decide which of these long reds to go for. He's opted for the left red. Oh, and this time gets nowhere near the long pot. He's pumped that straight into the side cushion.
Yes, and one of the key balls in any frame, the blue, is run very awkwardly. Playing the old billiard shot there. 6 points in billiards, 4 away in snooker.
Again, look at how well he's played that pack split. Jack Lzowski could not have placed his cue ball any better positionally on the black. Able to just top the cue ball through the reds. What a lovely shot he's played there. Using the natural angle to his advantage, controlling the pace and making sure that he didn't miss the black. Perfectly played.
Now, as soon as he made contact with that cue ball, he anticipated that there might be an issue being blocked out by the red he just kissed into, but he's okay. More than okay. He should be away.
16. 17. 24. 25. 32. 33.
Now, you might think, as the Northern Ireland Open champion, Jack Lzowski's ticket to this year's Champion of Champions would have been punched. Well, that's not the case. The reason being, the Northern Ireland event in Belfast happened before last year's Champion of Champions, so he got in that. He's still to qualify for the 2026 version. Win this tournament, though, and he's there. So that's an extra incentive for Lzowski.
36.
Yeah, and I think someone like Jack Lzowski needs to really look at this event as a fantastic opportunity to do that. It's a big, big tournament, isn't it, the Champion of Champions?
Jack Lzowski, 46.
Well, he broke down when going well in the previous frame, and it cost him dear. Will that miss be equally expensive? Now, Wu Yiza isn't the Champion of Champions this year. He won the International Championship the week before the Champion of Champions last November. But logistically, it was impossible to include him in that version, so he's been held over, as it were. So 2 people in the winners group so far have stamped their ticket to the Champion of Champions. Wu Yiza and, of course, Mark Selby.
It was a nice red to land on the one that Jack has just knocked in. That freed up the path for the cue ball.
24.
And opened the red that he's about to attempt. Well, he's taking the one to right corner. He can just hold the cue ball across the face of the pink and black.
25. 32.
When Lzowski missed the black in the second frame, the chance that Jack Jones had was more straightforward than this. Of the 3 reds now on the table, 2 of them might be considered troublesome. Certainly one.
Yeah, and it was important for Jack Jones to come to the table here with a clear mind and know within himself that at the very least he had to get back involved in this frame, points-wise, and he's done that. And now the hard work really begins. That was nicely played, important to finish top side of the pink. Perfect to screw in behind that red now. Wants to be right in behind it, along that cushion. Oh, but he's missed the pink.
Jack Jones 4.
Yeah, cued that one badly. Missed the pink by so much that he's achieved 0 position on the red. Where the blue is, where the 2 reds are, I think there's quite a bit of snooker in this frame.
Yeah, Jack Jones will be well aware that any sight at a long red that Jack Lzowski can find, he'll probably attempt to pot it. So as long as he plays the patient game, the disciplined game, and Lzowski's long red attempts don't find their target, he's got a great chance still in this frame. But that's the trouble. You leave Jack Lzowski an attempt at a long red and you know he's going to go pretty close. That was very close. That was a great shot. And that pink equally. Well, will he be tempted by the double on this red?
7.
Well, of course he will. But he hasn't got it. And worse yet, he's left the chance to pot this red. And he's brought the safe blue into play.
He misjudged that double considerably. Very narrow, wasn't it? But ultimately, the missed double from Lzowski hasn't cost him. In a roundabout way, it's proved to his advantage. I think another point worth making here is that with this table being so tight, it's not just about match wins, it's about frame wins. Everyone crucial. Didn't play the best positional shot there onto the green. Okay, he's okay on it, but not perfect, which struggled in. Nothing untoward with the brown. That was match ball, or should I say frame ball. 2-1 up he should be now. 2-1 it is. Well, you will not see Jack Lzowski cue a ball as badly as the pink, but it didn't matter because With that clearance to the blue, he's back in front at 2-1. Now let's go over to table 2, where the end could be in sight. We've brought Lzowski some bad luck. He was 31 in front taking on that pink, so he only needed pink and one more red.
Wow, what a miss that was. Especially if Ryan Day can claw his way back into this frame now.
1.
What a reprieve. I'm sure Day, with all of his experience, particularly in the Championship League, must have been thinking, it's over.
Yeah, but with all that experience in the Championship League now, he may also be feeling that he's got every chance to turn this match around. A lifeline has been thrown, and he, of all people, will know that it's the small margins in these groups that make the biggest difference.
Ryan Day 3.
Yes, and the position of the balls here favouring the chaser. Okay, the brown's not on its spot, close to the ball cushion, but that's easily rectified with a good positional shot from green. If he gets the chance to clear up, Day, well capable. Back to table 1, where Jack Lzowski is seeking the frame that will put him in the semi-finals. But as he showed when he reached the final of the Crucible in 2024, Jones is a fighter.
Yeah, it was nice to see him play that long red the way he did, the correct way. Sometimes it's hard when your mind is a little bit scrambled out there because of what's gone prior, to just have the clarity of thought and to play the correct shots. It was the right way to play that shot, as I said, fully committed to it. Purposely leaving his cue ball this side of the baulk line, guaranteeing a shot to keep the break going now. He also did well there, Jack, to just take a moment or two to just study this end of the table, see how best he'd like to approach the reds and get them into play, but he hasn't played the green very well. Unless he's got a plant to this right corner. Well, he fancied getting through to that red beneath the pink, and
Because I wasn't sure.
I think he's right here, Jack. He definitely hit the pink first there.
Thank you. Foul. Jack Lzowski 6.
The referee said he wasn't sure, the players were sure. Cue ball just getting away from Lzowski. Wanted to leave it short of the baulk line. I can tell you the match on table 2 is over. Lzowski has beaten Ryan Day 3-1. As Lzowski, having almost missed the brown, does miss that red. Not best pleased. just had confirmation that the floating match between Zhang Anda and Jimmy Robertson will now take place on table 2, because that is the first available table. So this is the last match on table 1 of this session. Of course, we resume at 4:30. Indefensible, that miss.
Yeah, it's never nice as a player, because I know exactly how that felt when he struck that. He knew that it was a massive deceleration. Just didn't quite get hold of the cue ball and didn't strike the white nicely at all. Always pull the object ball thin, as he did. So Jack Lzowski back to the table very quickly after giving himself a little telling off, shall we say, with a chance to put things right. Naturally, the cue ball is going to be travelling quite some distance for this break, because pink is in baulk, black is out of play. So his cue ball control will be tested in terms of getting perfectly top side of the blue, somewhere where the cue ball has come to rest there. Not too far high, but just enough that he can play any shot. There's a lot of great little practice routines you can do if you're sat at home watching and wondering how the players consistently get the right side of the blue, as Jack is showing us here. You'd be amazed at how difficult it is to constantly land in those spots.
24.
It's a worthwhile thing to do down the club, to test yourself.
The irony is that Lzowski and his good pal Judd Trump, when they're on the incorrect side of the blue, they're two of the best I've ever seen in recovering the situation.
30.
But of course, it's infinitely preferable to be on the correct side.
Yeah, I always remember when I was a junior a comment that Steve Davis made in reference to cue ball control and getting top side of the blue. It's always worth putting a little bit more into it, because failing to get top side, your cue ball has got to travel 12 feet to get back to the same point. So for that extra inch or so getting up on the blue, you could save yourself a lot of bother. He's made this look so easy, Jack Lzowski. He really has. He's landed absolutely pinpoint every time.
49 the difference. Blue's in, so we've arrived at frame and match ball.
48. 49. 54.
I think giving himself a telling off when he missed that red to middle pocket earlier in the frame has done him good. He's refocused. Jack Jones looking at the scoreboard, realising that there was no way back, and so Jack Lzowski, with that 3-1 win, is the first player to secure his place in the semi-final playoffs this evening. As for Jack Jones, he still has work to do. Actually, of course, Zhu Se was a little earlier than Jack Lzowski in booking his place, because he's just beaten Ryan Day. They're both on 4 points. They both will be in the knockout phase of this group. Then Zhang Anda's looking good on 3 points with 1 match to go. Jack Jones, Jimmy Robertson, 2 points each with snooker to play. I'm afraid, though, it's the end of the road for Ryan Day and Lei Pei Fan also. So just a reminder of what's coming up. If you want to see the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, you can see Zhang Anda and Jimmy Robertson over there on table 2. They're just about to begin, if they haven't already done so. And then our main coverage resumes at 4:30. Over on table 2, Jack Lzowski will play a match where I'm sure he'll be very cavalier, taking on everything because he's okay in terms of the semi-finals. He takes on Jimmy Robertson, who isn't yet secure in terms of making the knockout phase of this Group 7. Here on table 1, it will be Jack Jones against Lei Pei Fan. So 4:30 for the final session of Group 7 in the BetVictor Championship League. We look forward to your company then. We've got 2 more round-robin matches starting at 4:30. Then it's the semi-final and the final to determine the last player into the winners group of the tournament. See you later.
snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bays.
Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself.
The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
BetVictor Championship League. It's all hotting up within the group. We're going to have a quick look at the group table very shortly. There are 2 more matches to be played in the group, but here is the group standings at the moment. Jack Lzowski and Zhang Anda are already guaranteed to be in the semi-final playoffs. As you can see, Jack Lzowski does have 1 match to play. Xu Se, well, he's looking all right, but depending on other scores. Basically, if Jimmy Robertson were to win his match, he will actually top the group. He's got this 1 match to still play. But if Robertson loses 3-2, he could still be behind Xu Se, because he lost his match to Xu Se because they'd have identical frames for and against. Jack Jones must win, basically. He's currently in 5th place. He's got to win. Nothing else will do for him. So it is Jack Jones on the left, and he's about to take on the wooden spoonist at the moment of the group, and that is China's Lei Pei Fan.
Jack Jones to break.
And it's Jack Jones to break off in a match he's fully aware that he must win. With me to enjoy these last couple of matches here on tables 1 and 2, Stephen Hallworth. Pressure's on now, Stephen, isn't it?
Yeah, the group is slowly but surely starting to work its way out, isn't it? The start of the day, it was very difficult to actually predict what was going to happen. The group was so tightly contested and everyone was still in contention, but the picture is slowly becoming clearer. The picture is crystal clear for Lei Pei Fan. Unfortunately, his efforts have come to no prevail. He will be eliminated and, of course, won't be taking part in winners group. Still that 1 final place to be decided. Still very hard to pick a winner, actually, isn't it, Dom? Who's going to win this group today?
Oh, absolutely. Jack Lzowski playing on the other table, on table 2, against Jimmy Robertson. Well, he doesn't have to worry about his position in the semi-final playoffs, that's assured. Jimmy Robertson in 4th place at the moment in the table, but he does have 3 wins under his belt. To say, if he were to beat Jack Lzowski, he'd top the group.
6.
And the trouble that Jack Jones has got here, Lei Pei Fan, he knows his fate. This game, it means nothing to him other than the £100 you receive for each frame won. So to say that Lei Pei Fan may be pretty loose would be an understatement.
Lei Pei Fan, just 22 years old, already ranked 29th in the world, won the Scottish Open a couple of years ago now. He defeated Wu Yiza 9-5 in the final. He was actually ranked 84th in the world when he won it, so it's quite a remarkable achievement.
Whoa.
And he's a player I've known for quite a while, and he does seem to have sped his game up a little bit in recent seasons.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It was certainly one of, if not the biggest shocks in snooker. That Lei Pei Fan, as you say, ranked down in the 80s, went on to lift that Scottish Open title and take home the Stephen Hendren Trophy. But that's just what the game is about nowadays. If you manage to do what he has, you're going to naturally skyrocket up the rankings, and you just got to sustain that level, keep chipping away. Lots of events to play in.
I think he may be on the red just below the pink. That's a little bit of a bonus. I'm not entirely sure what he played because he did cannon a red just above the black. Misjudged the cannon, wanted to be straight on the pink, so in potting it, the cue ball naturally run up towards the blue.
Well, I think we can class that long red attempt as a wide. That was nowhere near the pocket. Badly mistimed it. Now, what's the damage done? Can Jack Jones pot anything? The bottom red of the main cluster is available. Slightly awkward queuing. But struck it really nicely.
Whoa.
And finds himself in prime position, so Jack Jones with the chance in a big game for him. It's been a bit of a battle actually, this group, for Jack Jones. He's been involved in a couple of matches that have been marathon games, really, real dogfights.
I'm sure Zhang Anda in the Players' Lounge will be keeping an eye on both of these matches. He's currently in second place in the group, but he's won 13 frames. Now, if Jack Jones were to win this match by any score, he would also have won 3 matches, the same as Zhang Anda. But he will have won by winning the match 14 frames, so he'd go through on the difference in the frames won. It's all complicated, but it's not too complicated, not just yet.
9.
Yeah, and I think part of the beauty of this event, actually, from the player's perspective, is trying not to get involved in all of that. There's so many permutations that you can sort of get wrapped up in it and kind of forget the job you have at hand, and that's to ultimately take care of business. And if Jack Jones wins this game, it's in his hands.
16.
Yeah, I mean, Zhang Anda is through anyway. The top 2 in the group can't be overtaken in terms of semi-final positions. They're guaranteed. So Jack Lzowski and Zhang Anda are through.
17.
But the next 2 places are yet to be determined. Works out rather nicely.
22.
Okay, he'd like to be dead straight on a red just to run through for the black, but he'll certainly be happy with the developing cannon. It's brought further reds into play, and Jack made a bit of a mess of his match with Zhang Anda earlier on when he could have won 3-0.
23.
But in the deciding frame he was faultless. And he needs to be in this match when he's in a position like this. He needs to make sure he wins frames when he should, because it's crucial to his chances of being in the semi-final playoffs that he wins this match. Anything else will suffice.
$29. $36.
Little bit of care required with his cue ball in the next few shots if he's going to get nicely on the two reds just right of the pink. I'm not sure if the top one of the two will pop to left middle. Certainly go to the right corner as long as you get high enough past the pink. Perfectly played.
44.
Looking really good here, Jack Jones still in A1 position. Nothing to do with the cue ball here to play for the red next to the pink. And those other two reds are very possible. Obviously the one nearest the yellow pocket is the easiest of the two, but the one to the right of the green shouldn't be too much of a problem. He's 17 points ahead. So we'll need all the remaining reds.
Got into the cue ball slightly too much there, Jack Jones. You could hear the release as he struck the cue ball. Knew that it was going to travel on a little too far. Maybe forced into playing the yellow now, which shouldn't cause too many problems, but yeah, no problems at all. He struck it really confidently.
Just needs to play for green or brown off this red just to roll in behind that remaining one, which you may well have to play with the rest, but it shouldn't be difficult. This red and any colour to make the frame safe. The red would put him 26 points ahead. So I don't think he'll be playing anything too flowery here from a positional sense. Probably just stun off the side cushion for the green into the yellow pocket.
$63. $65.
Well, he's taken these really well, hasn't he? When he came to the table, first few shots felt key really to just get into some sort of rhythm, and he seems to have found
68.
it. Knocked in a few real good ones throughout this break, and this will make him feel really nice. Set him up nicely for the remainder of this match. Remember, Jack Jones needs to win.
$77.
And that's the thing, isn't it, Stephen? Because his mindset is quite straightforward. It's like a knockout match for him. He's got to win this match, otherwise he's out. So he has a different mindset to maybe other players might have in the group stages. But this black for a very competent clearance from Jack Jones
90 and a frame.
of 90. And it was Lei Pei Fan who had the first opportunity in this frame, but it's Jack Jones who finished it the best. And he takes a 1-0 lead. Now just look at this. Only 3 balls remaining, a very low scoring first frame here. Jack Lzowski, Jimmy Robertson's opponent, is safely through. He's currently at the top of the table. Jimmy Robertson needs to win to be absolutely certain. And that's a great pink from him, so he snatches victory in this first frame over on table 2 here to take a 1-0 lead over Jack Lzowski. Jack looked very good in that first frame, Stephen, didn't he? He looked very calm and assured.
As you would expect, it's kind of his makeup, isn't it? I think a lot of professionals respect Jack Jones for just what a hard match player he's become. Very tough to beat. He always looks, for the most part, very calm and composed. We have seen him show a little bit of emotion today, which is, you know, we can forgive him for that. They are long days and all, you know, there are going to be mistakes. But it was a great first frame, as you say.
Second frame, leave a 5 for break.
Lei Pei Fan just playing for money now. Don't forget, for every frame that he wins, he'll receive £100 in prize money. Still £500 on offer for the highest break. He has to do well to beat that. I've actually forgotten what the highest break is. 134, isn't it? Yes, it is 134. Hasn't been beaten. Another great red from Jack Jones. He's playing very well at the moment. I think all day long he's just prone to the oppositional error, which has caused him problems trying to get over the line in some frames. That was a risky one, but nowhere near getting on his next red.
Jack Jones Swan. Maybe on 4.
Well, no obvious harm done there. Key ball will be replaced.
Just goes to show how important it is that every frame counts in this league format. You look at Lei Pei Fan's day, or day and a half, shall we say. He won his first match 3-1 yesterday against Zhang Anda, 88, 67, 59, played nicely. Then went on to lose his next 2 matches by a scoreline of 3-0 in both. That's his downfall. And Jack Jones's downfall could be the warning that's about to come his way.
Yeah, I haven't seen a warning or heard a warning being issued by a referee yet, this group. But as Stephen says, he will be warned because he can see a ball fall on. But I didn't hear the warning being issued there. Probably forgot. But Jack must hit a red here. Otherwise technically he should lose the frame. Oh, spared the referee's blushes there. I'm glad he did hit the red.
Well, that cue ball just kept running and running. And in the end, he finds refuge behind the yellow. Snookered on all reds. Quite a big target into the side of the main cluster. All about line and pace. He has misjudged that shot on a couple of occasions in this group, Jack Jones, but that time played quite nicely. Now the reds in a line towards left corner. Lepe fan for a moment there was just eyeing up the possibility of planting one onto the other. Look at the gap between them too. Well, this is a shot of a man that knows he's already out of the group. And I tell you what, Dom, I live near it.
Very good. Oh dear. That's very clever. I like that very much. Well done, Stephen. Oh, you missed that by a long way. There is a process involved in making a plant. You basically point the first red where you've got to aim at it. You imagine that red's got to hit a part of a cushion rail, and you aim for that part of the cushion rail. And when the red makes contact with the second red, hopefully you've judged things well and the ball goes in. I don't know what went wrong there. I mean, it was a difficult plant, yes, but it was easy to get fairly close to. That Jack will be disappointed to miss. He's having a chat with himself. He knows he's got to win this match, and that's exactly the type of ball that he needs to knock in, because he knew Lepe fan would be coming to the table with an opportunity.
One. Six. Seven.
Well, he's nowhere near on the blue where he wanted to be. He may well pot it, but getting on to the next red isn't as straightforward as it could have been. Cue ball finishing near the side cushion there makes this net's pot rather tricky.
Well. 13.
Well, he seems to have done well there. Lepe fan didn't have all that much angle to play with, had to power that red into the left corner. That way he was able to just change the course of the cue ball. He's still going along in this break, but hasn't yet quite found perfect position, but
19.
maybe now. He is right bang in amongst them. He can just keep closer control of his white. I'm sure he'd love to pop the black at some stage and get it back on its own spot, but perhaps the reason he hasn't got down that far yet, the red right of the black spot is causing problems.
Well, that very red that you mentioned, just the right of the black spot, passes the red near the top cushion into the left corner, he'd be handily positioned. Although he's not nicely on it, it's a missable pot anyway. From that overhead, I don't think it goes. That green being down this end of the table, most players detest that. Most players like the bulk colours where they should be up the other end of the table.
Yeah, it's just a ball that's in the way, really, isn't it? He'd love to, I suppose, get on the green and just pot it purely to get it back up on its spot, as you say, and just tidy up this end of the table. It's a bit of an obstacle at the minute.
33.
Well, attempting another plant to this same left corner pocket, and he wants to hope that it's a better attempt than his previous one.
A bit curious as to why he played for the black the way he did. He ended up having to play a very, very well controlled positional shot to the next red, but he's played it beautifully, and if he can play for the green here, get that back on its spot, he can now play for that red that's next to the cue ball into the left corner and completely develop the black spot area. And all this coming from that missed red from Jack Jones when he had a chance to score well. Now looking very likely that we'll be tied up here on our main table at 1-1.
45. I
can tell you over on the other table, Jack Lzowski has already levelled at 1-1 in his match with Jimmy Robertson. Made a decent break. I'll tell you what it is when it actually comes up on our systems. Match on table 2 is always available via our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Very attractive match, I have to say.
Well, finally this table is looking more like a table that you're used to seeing as a professional snooker player. Nice and tidy, colours where they should be, and more importantly for Lepe fan, the score much to his advantage. We're just searching for one more red just to keep Jack Jones cemented to his seat, and he's got this red to middle, so that should be one each now. And in goes the red with no troubles, so it's been a good response this, having lost the opening frame when he was first in actually.
players by and large have been scoring very well on these tables. The bedcloth is very, very quick and it's very responsive to spin. That makes life a lot easier for the players. I mentioned that Jack Lzowski had levelled with Jimmy Robertson at 1 frame all on the other table, and the break that he made, which was catalyst to the success in that second frame, was a break of 71.
$74. 75.
Well, every chance that Payfan can make a century break of his own here.
81.
Should do, really. Not that it is much consolation for his performance in this Group 7. Always nice to add another career century break to the tally.
$89. 90. $97.
Oh, what a shame, he misses the yellow. And on the cusp of a century break, but never mind. That excellent break of 97 from Lei Pei-fan certainly sends a signal to his opponent Jack Jones in a match that he must win. They're tied up at 1-1. Jack Lzowski, courtesy of that break of 71 in the previous frame, has quickly levelled with Jimmy Robertson, but Jimmy Robertson, as you can see, is in here. If Jack Jones were to win and Jimmy Robertson were to win, then it would be Xu Se that would be relegated to 5th.
11.
He's currently in 3rd. That can quickly change dependent on results here and on our main table. Shorter pace for position on the red.
Jimmy Robertson 11.
So only scored 11 from that good opportunity. I guess in a match you need to win. I suppose you wouldn't want Jack Lzowski as your opponent, would you, Stephen?
Well, maybe not necessarily, but the circumstances could make a big difference to how Jack approaches this game. It doesn't matter if he wins, it doesn't matter if he loses, it's just playing for the prize money, and if anything, just trying to conserve his focus and energy for the semi-finals that are to come. So he as well, similar to Lei Pei-fan, I suppose, could be playing quite an open game, which could fall into the hands of Jimmy Robertson.
Yeah, because he's guaranteed qualification to the playoffs, which will begin after these 2 matches have concluded. You could forgive him for taking a little bit of a mental breather for the important knockout phase that begins, as I say, after the conclusion of these 2 matches on table 1 and 2.
I mean, it wouldn't be a surprise to see Jack play an open game, would it? Yeah, that tends to be how he plays the game anyway, but it's hard to imagine how he could be more open in this match, but I suppose it is possible because of said circumstance.
He just frightens you to death, Jack Lzowski, doesn't he, with the pots that he pulls out from nowhere, and sometimes, even though he may have a carefree attitude, sometimes they still go in and he scores heavily. Oh, he didn't play the plant, but he'll take it.
1.
Just rolling up behind the black. Not sure he's got the snooker, but we'll leave those 2 to it, but we'll of course keep you up to speed with what happens over on table 2. As we return to our main table, Jack Jones breaking off for frame 3. As I say, must win this match because in the table he's currently 5th, so he's out of the qualification spots. Leipzig fan at the bottom of the table. Cannot qualify for the playoffs no matter what happens here.
Well, that's a wonderful long red. You've got to be so technically right to pop that sort of shot. First of all, you have to trust your alignment. Not doing anything with the cue ball, just focusing on the central line, trying to find as middle as possible. Imperative to stay dead still on delivery as well. Beautifully played.
8.
I suppose I don't have to say this, but I wonder how many times we've played matches, Stephen, whereby we've played a shot like that, long straight red at slow pace, and we've not quite struck it quite as we want to, but the cue ball might just roll off a few millimetres and help you to pop the ball anyway.
Yeah, that tends to be the only way I can knock that type of shot in. No, it is true, at that sort of pace, you're relying on a lot of things going right. But, you know, at this level, they should go right.
16.
The table should be playing how you would expect it to, and on the whole, they do.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, during the course of a match or a day's play, the cloth will pick up finger marks from the player's hands and it just raises the nap, and sometimes the cue ball can just catch a finger mark and that can deviate the cue ball a few millimetres as well. See in that shot there in the foreground some of the finger marks upon the cloth. They can be quite deep. Oh, is he on the black here? I'm not sure if he's on the pink and I'm not sure if he's on the black.
17.
Oh, it's okay. Well, this is a very good
24.
performance from Leipzig fan, having looked good in frame 1 until he made that mistake and was punished for it by Jack Jones, who
25.
made that clearance of 90. Since then, he's looked very good.
And I tell you what, Dom, I'll be incredibly disappointed in him if he doesn't attempt to keep himself on the black here. Particularly after how well he got in with the initial red, and well,
32.
already as soon as I say that, he runs out of position in terms of getting back to the black anyway.
There is a difficult red, isn't there, to the right centre? He could play for the black 4, but would you risk it? No.
$33. 38. 39. 45.
45.
46.
Well, it's hard to see how this break could go wrong now for Li Pei-fan. He's worked the reds quite nicely. And he's made this break in no time at all, really.
54.
Very brisk stuff. Jack Jones, he looks particularly comfortable there, Dom, and it's quite warm in the arena. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jack attempt 40 winks.
I wouldn't quite assess Jack Jones's countenance as comfortable. He looks rather browbeaten there. He looks like a player that feels he may have missed the boat. That red he missed in the previous frame that allowed Li Pei-fan in for that excellent break of 97
61.
seems to have demoralised him a little. Over on the other table, Jimmy Robertson has begun frame 3 very nicely. He has a lead of 56 points with 4 reds remaining, so there's just enough left on the table for Jack to pip him on final black, but it's looking good at the moment for Jimmy Robertson for a 2-1 lead there.
76.
Just seemed to catch the cushion, didn't it? And I thought it would still go in, but it hasn't. But he's made enough, that break of 76, to add to his 97 of the previous frame. And it's Li Pei-fan who goes within a frame of victory at 2-1. So here is what's happening over on table 2, and Jimmy Robertson, having potted that red, is guaranteed to have won frame 3. And in fact, Jack Lzowski has decided to concede. So both these matches moving along at a nigh on identical pace. And if Jimmy Robertson were to win that match, and Jack Jones here, now he's 2-1 behind, if he were to lose this match, the top 4 positions for the semi-final playoffs would be a certainty. Jack Lzowski, Zhang Anda, Xu Se and Jimmy Robertson would consist of the would make up the 4 players.
And I must say, of the 4 players that you just mentioned there, I think you have to give credit to Jimmy Robertson mainly because of his performance yesterday. I thought he was well below par yesterday. I thought he played really, really poorly. But he's been so much better today, and that's just... it really tells the story of Championship League and these formats played over 2 days. It doesn't matter how badly your day goes on the first day, there's always a chance if you can respond and find a little something. So every credit to Jimmy Robertson today.
Yeah, Li Pei-fan breaking off for what he hopes will be the last frame of this match. That would mean that he wins 3-1. Of course, it won't mean qualification, but it will certainly mean that Jack Jones will also take no further part in the semi-final playoffs. Interesting though, if Jimmy Robertson were to lose from 2-1 up and lose 3-2, he'd have an identical frames won and frames lost against Xu Se, same number of points. Xu Se would actually remain ahead of Jimmy Robertson because he won the match between the 2 players in the group. He looked so good, Stephen, didn't he, Jack Jones, in that first frame, until that missed red at the beginning of the second, and psychologically it's just changed him. He just doesn't seem to be confident anymore, and his opponent, Li Pei-fan, has done plenty to put the pressure on.
Yeah, that missed red seems to have derailed Jack Jones, both mentally and physically, really. That last long red attempt from Jack was quite a wild attempt. I just wonder if a part of him has resigned to the fact that his day and group is over.
6.
Got no doubt that it certainly has crossed his mind. And in all fairness, Lepe Fan has put together 2 really strong frames. Should have made a century break in the second, missed on 97, and then that break of 76 in the last. He's conducted himself properly still. He's trying to win this game.
Fourteen. 15.
Yeah, just to go through some of Lepe Fan's results. Yesterday he defeated the Chinese compatriot Sangander by 3 frames to 1, but he lost heavily to Jack Lzowski 3-0, and also he lost 3-0 to Ryan Day as well yesterday, and finished off losing to Xu Se by 3 frames to 2. So he played well in places yesterday, but consistency was his problem, and he lost 2 matches quite heavily.
Well, I'm extremely surprised at the pace that Lepe Fan has just elected to go into those reds with. This was a bit conservative, wasn't it? Get into them with a bit of pace and power and get the reds moving.
Yeah, I mean, how many top professionals would you see play that shot that way? And I can't think of any.
Yeah, the answer to that is 0, Dom, because none of them would. Especially with the red being at the bottom of the cluster, it felt like you'd do well to not land on that red, or any red, playing it with a bit more pace, and possibly with screw. That's why it was important for Jack to stay alert in his seat, because should a mistake come, he needs to be ready to take his chance. Well, that's a good safety shot that Jack has played to get that cue ball tight underneath that baulk cushion. Puts Lepe Fan in trouble here. The reds are nicely spread as well. Now, what sort of return has he got? If he's playing back to baulk, he really needs that cue ball back on the cushion, because there's that red available to the left corner pocket. Important he gets this right.
Well, he may decide to take a pot on, but He'll be fully aware that if he doesn't knock something in, could be the last shot he plays, given the form of Lei Pei Fan. Ordinarily, he'd take this red on for certain, but there's such a lot of pressure on Jack Jones now. This really does need to go in. I'll be surprised if he doesn't leave a ball on, if he misses it. And a long way away. And my goodness, he certainly has left pots on. Well, certainly one to the right corner. And I think Jack, as he returns to his chair, probably expects the worst now.
Core, how bad has he hit that one? And it's not a phrase that you say all that often with Jack Jones. He's usually a very crisp, very confident ball striker. But dearie me, that was as bad as it gets really from Jones. No doubt clouded by that pressure, clouded by the fact that he knew he was leaving reds on. He had to fully commit to it. So Lei Pei Fan comes to the table already with a comfortable lead in this frame. Reds are perfect now.
Nearly played a very poor positional shot there. He cannoned a couple of reds. In the end, finished fairly well on the pink. Hampered, yes, but once he was able to manoeuvre his bridge into a comfortable position, it wasn't too difficult. Now just look at the balls. Jack Jones with his hand on his head, thinking, I've missed my chance. And of course, there isn't another group to come back
15.
for. This is the 7th and the final group ahead of the winners group, which will be played on the 10th and the 11th of February.
16.
I'm just going to keep up to speed with what's going on table 2, and we can see already that Jimmy Robertson is about to clinch victory by 3 frames to 1 over Jack Lzowski.
24. 73.
So well done, Jimmy Robertson. And this victory means that Jimmy Robertson will actually top the group.
What an incredible turnaround, Dom. He came into the arena this morning rock bottom, and he's ended it as the group winner. What a performance from Jimmy Robertson.
Well, at the risk of being wrong, I think now that that means that Jack Jones can't progress. Although it's probably not going to happen anyway with the lead that Lei Pei Fan has. He's still at the table, a couple more balls and the match is over anyway, so we know who the 4 semi-finalists will be. There will be Jack Lzowski, Zhang Anda, Zhu Se and Jimmy Robertson. But because Jimmy Robertson has now topped the table, I think that Jimmy Robertson will take on Zhu Se and Zhang Anda will be playing Jack Lzowski. Yes, it is all but confirmed that Jimmy Robertson will play Zhu Se and Zhang Anda will play Jack Lzowski. So in the end, it wasn't quite as complicated as it might have been.
52.
I must commend Lei Pei Fan on his performance in this last of the group matches. Lost the first frame to Jack Jones with a break of 90, but came back very strongly with breaks of 97, 79, and that winning contribution there. So there we have it. We have the semi-final lineup. We're just going to have a very quick look at the final group table. And here it is all updated for us. Jimmy Robertson, the table topper. Jack Lzowski also on 4 points. The only 2 players to have won 4 of the 6 group matches. Zhang Anda in 3rd place. Xu Se of China also a qualification place for him. He finishes in 4th. Lei Pei Fan has moved from the bottom of the table into 5th. Jack Jones and Ryan Day, the 2 Welshmen, finishing 6th and 7th in the table. So we have our semi-final lineup. Jimmy Robertson will play Xu Se. Jack Lzowski will take on China's Zhang Anda. Those semi-finals will be coming up for you in approximately 5 minutes. Please stay with us.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego.
Jesus Christ. What is that?
The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got. I'm going to make our company
Bigger and better.
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
The dust has settled on the round-robin phase of Group 7 of the BetVictor Championship League. Now we are down to the knockout phase. Jimmy Robertson is the man with momentum. For a while it looked as though he didn't seem on course for the semi-finals. Now he's gone into the semi-finals as the table topper up against Lzowski. On table 2, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, Jack Lzowski and Zhang Anda will be doing simultaneous battle. Lzowski in the round-robin phase beat Robertson 3-1. That was yesterday. Made breaks of 92 and 73. As for other head-to-heads, well, Lzowski leads 2-1. Robertson won their first ever meeting in an Asian Tour event in 2014. But Lzowski's wins over him have been on a much bigger stage. Last 64 of the Scottish Open 2017. And then the qualifiers for the UK Championship in 2022, when he played particularly well. Breaks of 112, 93, 85 and 76. I think, though, Dom, it's an absolutely wide-open group. All four have got real potential to win it. They're serious candidates.
Yes, absolutely, Phil. Different mindset, though, now. Straight knockout, no more group matches. I just will throw something into the equation here. Now, Jimmy Robertson has only played 2 matches on table 1, but Lzowski hasn't played any. He played all 6 of his group matches over on the other table. Could that make a difference?
Yeah, it's a point well made, Dom. Conditions are pretty similar between the two tables, but they're never identical, are they?
Oh, it's very rare that I like to go into the pack of reds from the pink when it's just on or above its spot. Because the reason being, whenever you plough through the reds from the pink, the cue ball follows through all the reds as well. And so you end up sometimes on nothing at all, but he's decided, because he didn't have the best angle on the pink, just to cannon 1 red into a pottle position, which he's played very well, I have to say. Now, where does this pink have to go? Behind the pack of reds, it would seem. No, it does go. That makes life easier for the referee, who I must apologise to, because I didn't hear him issue a warning
21.
to Jack Jones in the previous match, and Jack had missed a red twice in succession when he could see a ball full on. The warning was issued, as it should have been. I just didn't hear it.
One thing we do know already is that with the failure of Jack Jones and Ryan Day to make the playoffs. Oh, and the failure there of Zeuser to pot that black because concentration was divided
22.
by positional concerns. Yeah, bad miss this. Yeah, what I was going to say was that now, regardless of who wins this group, the winners group will consist entirely of players from England and China.
Robertson playing his third match here on table 1 in all, but it's the first time I've had the chance and the pleasure to commentate on any of the matches that he's played here. He's a very gifted player, Jimmy Robertson, a very talented player. He's a complete natural the way he plays the game, his cue action, the way he holds a cue, all completely natural and slightly unorthodox.
Well, a good angle here on the black to go into the bunch for Zeuser, second scoring chance of the opening frame.
Everything was good about that shot. The pace at which he was able to play it, the accuracy of the pot, but he just didn't get enough backspin into the cue ball to prevent it from running through to this side cushion. And I'm not sure he's on anything that he's likely to take on here. And there's no easy safety shot because of the position of the pink. Can he get through the gap between the pink and the red for the red to the centre? Surely not. Well, he was very fortunate that he had the opportunity to play that.
QC 8.
As for Robertson, yeah, you've got to be impressed with the way he's played in this group. He's had the 2 highest breaks, a couple of 1-3-4s. One negative aspect when he played Ryan Day last night, he looked very ill at ease with the rest. In fact, he missed the final black with the rest to make it 2-2. Another time he stretched to the extreme, which tells you the rest isn't his favourite implement.
Jimmy Robertson 7.
Well, what a strange shot that was, and he's also been extremely lucky, it seems. At the very least, even if he's left a red on, he's been lucky to leave the cue ball so close to the side cushion.
What's more, if Jimmy Robertson decides to take the red on into the left corner, it's a very difficult pot, and just by taking it on, he's putting himself under pressure. But the pressure dealt with wonderfully there. That was superb, straight cueing from Neil Robertson.
From Jimmy Robertson, actually, not Neil.
Did I just say Neil Robertson?
Yeah, you did.
Good heavens, I'm very sorry.
Oh, so a second black at short range missed in the frame. Yeah, Robertson was so still on the initial red, I thought, right, he's in here. And then one that no one could have foreseen went astray.
I'm sure Neil Robertson would have potted that. Yeah, did I really say Neil Robertson? Good heavens, I'm sorry, Jimmy. The red, I thought he could miss. The black, I certainly didn't think he would. Still best of 5, of course, these playoffs. Every match consists of a best of 5 group matches, semi-final and the final. Chausseur will be disappointed, I think, not to win this frame from here.
Well, he's covered the black spot, and that could lead to loss of options. Yeah, the black going up on the pink spot. Can't wish for anything more than this, though, Dom. He's had 3 proper scoring chances in this frame.
Well, that's the camera angle that I was hoping for. It shows us that the black isn't available, but it is to the right centre. Finished very straight on the blue, so took on the more difficult pink and has played it well. Pink will now go on the black spot because the black is on the pink spot,
15.
and that's a big help. But short of pace there, wanted a faster rebound from the top cushion. He's now got to cannon the 2 reds above the pink that are below the black to hole for a red into this right corner. But the pink must be potted. It was a little cleaner than he wanted it to be, but I think he's fallen behind a red here. Only red he can pot now is the one to the left centre, and it's not straightforward.
22.
Jack Lzowski not requiring multiple chances to win the first frame from Zhang Anda on table 2. In the other semi-final, Lzowski off with a break of 101 to lead 1-0. And by the way, that was the 150th century of the tournament. 150 and counting.
Zhang Anda's had a nice little break up in the players' lounge ahead of his semi-final match. He'll be refreshed, but sometimes you could feel tired and jaded as well because you're just waiting around for too long.
28.
But here on table 1, Chausseur looking very good now to win this first frame. Just this red and any colour required. Actually does need another red. Jimmy Robertson has already scored 8 points. Still shouldn't be any problem at all.
The missed black he was guilty of early in the frame might have shaken him. But Robertson did not exploit that blunder. And that's why Chausseur is going to make a pleasing start.
42. Nine. 26.
Zhu Se, if you recall, got the call up when Zhao Zintong decided to withdraw from the event after losing in the final of Group 6. And the man with the shortest name on the professional tour has made short work of the opening frame here. He leads by 1 frame to 0. Now, I told you that Jack Lzowski had made a century in the first frame against Zhang Anda, but it's Zhang who's in the balls early in frame 2.
I was having a chat with Zhang Anda earlier on. His English is pretty
14.
good, I have to say. I was having a look at his cue. It's a cue maker local to him in China, based in Shanghai, actually. Brand I haven't come
15.
across before, but it's a very strong, sturdy piece of ash in the shaft. But it's only 140 centimetres long. That's 7 centimetres shorter than the standard. But of course, he does stand at only 5
22.
feet 3 inches tall. So there's a reason why the cue's short.
23.
But it's a cue that certainly seems to suit his style of play.
Thirty.
Both heavy scorers, these two, but they go about things in a completely different fashion. Lzowski is all spectacular shots, really quick. Zhang Anda isn't a slow player by any means, but he's a little more methodical, more measured. And I would say, in amongst the balls, a little more precise.
Yeah, in many ways, he's the perfect player, isn't he, Zhang Anda? It's a very complicated sport, snooker, and Zhang Anda simplifies it very similarly to Mark Williams. Doesn't play excessive power shots.
36.
Tries to simplify everything about his technique. He has a very simple cue action as we return to our main table. And Zhu Se breaking off for frame number 2.
World number 39, Zhu. Robertson 5 places higher than that at 34.
Yes, it's this young man's birthday today. He turned 28 today. And he's not one of the Chinese players that's spoken about too much, really. He's been overshadowed by performances of players like Zhao Zintong, Wu Yize, and others, of course, Zhang Anda, who have really just shone in recent seasons. But that was a super red that he knocked in. We're going to have another look at it here. Straight into the back of the pocket, and there was pressure on it because he must have known the keyboard wouldn't really travel very far. As Phil says, ranked 39 in the world. He's made 3 147s and has been twice a semi-finalist in world ranking events. He loves movies and he loves computer games. In fact, he was playing some computer games in the Players' Lounge earlier on.
This run, ideal for him because he is involved in the German Masters next week. Won 2 qualifying matches to be in Berlin. He beat Ian Burns 5-1, then Lei Pei Fan 5-2. In the last 32, he awaits either Liu Hongyu, or, 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 A lot of times professional snooker players do not want to hit the far bump of the middle pocket. There, he was delighted to do so.
The black and the pink being out of commission for the time being will be a big problem here for Schuster. He could consider playing for the black, especially with that red just being next to the black spot that's easy to play on. But I think his main focus here is on getting high side of the blue to give himself the opportunity to crash into the pack of reds and try and develop the pink. May not have quite enough angle on the blue here though.
Chin.
We saw Zhang Anda in a promising position in the second frame over on table 2. Well, he's still at the table. He's going to win it for sure. Just a matter of what the break will be to get the job done. He's finished rather awkwardly on this red. He's just the wrong side of straight. And do very well to get onto a colour nicely here, but at least he can power the red in. It's not against the cushion. Oh, too much topspin.
25.
And now, because of the position of the reds, there's nothing to play for unless he goes into the pack, which he can't do, so I think he must just play a safety shot here. Must keep the pressure on Jimmy Robertson, who hasn't had that much of a look in so far.
QC 25.
Yeah, well done indeed. There was no point whatsoever in taking on the blue. Okay, 5 extra points, so what? Zhang Anda has replied to Jack Lzowski's first frame century with one of his own, a run of 116. So 1-1 over there, quality stuff. By the way, that's Zhang's 10th century of the tournament.
Oh, that safety a little bit thick. Choice of long reds potentially. You can see Jimmy Robertson in the background just shaking his head slightly, not pleased with the ball strike there. But sometimes, you know, you can make those half mistakes and you can benefit from them, because if Schuster were to miss this, Jimmy Robertson could well be in.
Yeah, missed it by quite some way. He's actually been really lucky. The red hit the black, liberated it, but look where the black's finished up. Adjacent to the green, so that's doing immediately Robertson no favours. And neither is that red. He was looking really good in qualifying for the semi-finals, but suddenly he struck a cold patch.
He was playing positionally one of the most awkward shots you can ever play, and that's what's called a half stun, where you're not playing a bona fide stun shot. It's just, it's a mixture of the two. It's topspin and stun. You're almost allowing the stun, the backspin, to wear off the cue ball as it strikes the object ball, and That's where the misjudgment was in the shot that Jimmy Robertson played there. He just got a fraction too much stun on the key ball, and that's the only reason that he missed the pot on the red.
7.
Because he would have been nicely on the pink. Oh, things going so well here for Sir Jimmy Robertson. Hasn't got going yet.
$14. $15.
Keyboard just manoeuvred its way past those 4 reds just about. Still 1 loose red he could play for near this right corner. He may decide to play for it actually, because he's rather straight on the pink.
Look at this table. This is a really useful lead, even if Robertson gets back. Green and black are close together. The yellow is hard on the side cushion. Just got that shot slightly too thick. That's why he's not stunned across for the pink into the same pocket. Yeah, you saw there hit the right-hand jaw as he was looking. Had he potted that into the middle of the pocket, I think he would have been okay at that pace. So has to accept defeat in terms of the break, but a 54-point advantage, healthy.
That's good thinking from Sir. I was waiting to see what shot he was going to play there, but he's done the right thing in putting the pink on the cushion, because Jimmy Robertson, should he gain an opportunity, must play for the black. 5 reds, 5 blues, and all the colours wouldn't be enough for him. 54 behind, still potentially 67 remaining. Must go on some sort of mathematical course, Phil. 5 reds, 5 blues, and all the colours would be enough, of course.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I thought, shall I correct him or not? Thankfully, it was self-correct from D-Dale.
Hope Mark Lebet isn't watching this.
Yeah, knocking the pink safe, I think, made absolutely total sense. If you've got a couple of insurance policies when you're well in front, don't be afraid to take out a 3rd or even a 4th. Now look at this. Reds everywhere on table 2. You get the impression whoever gets in first will make a nice view. And after that, from Lzowski, it might be him.
Oh, what a shot there from Lzowski. Sang under, was walking across the table. He tapped the table with his hand in acknowledgement. He had a big beaming smile, saying, oh, what a shot you played there. Oh, goodness me. There's only one shot you can play there on table 2, and that's a hit and hope. There's nothing else you could play. And there was the hit and hope. I think it's fair to say, Phil, he didn't get away with it.
No, in pool, when an easy run-out presents itself, they say it's like connecting the dots, and that's what it is here.
1.
As Robertson has a glimmer of hope, nothing more.
Well,
that's probably the best ball strike that we've witnessed from the cue of Jimmy Robertson in this match so far. He's got to try and consider now standing up for the black, which he can do. He can get onto the black and play it into the yellow pocket, but precision, essential.
seven.
Not what he wanted. Can he continue the break with the green?
Well, I wouldn't try to. I'd just cozy up to the black, to use one of your Americanisms, and just bring the black into play, Phil, and get the snooker.
Yeah, because he's 47 behind, but still 51 there, so he doesn't have to try a pot. It's not essential.
Well, the problem he's created for himself now, being 44 behind with 51 on, got to get onto the black, although from that camera shot you can just see it just disappeared out of view, but it will pot actually. The black into the green pocket, and that's in. He's on the blue for now. 2 straight on the blue, though. If the top red of those 2 are not available into the right corner, he won't be able to continue the break because he doesn't have enough angle on the blue to get into them.
The odds stacked against Robertson here, but he's still in there battling. Numerically,
16.
He retains hope.
Got to be careful here, though. If he plays off the top red, the one below it could just spring into action and become possible very easily. In fact, they both have. He's got a decent cue ball, but the left red of the 2 is definitely cuttable, and the cue ball will go behind the other red and back towards bulk. Must be worth a consideration.
Total misstrike that, and boy, has he got away with it. You might recall we left Jack Lzowski right in amongst them on table 2. Well, he only made 11, would you believe? Handing the scoring reins back to Zhang.
Does bring the cue back almost excessively far when he plays those long balls, Schuster. Missed that by a long way now. Can Jimmy Robertson pop this red? There is a chance to get onto the black here, into the yellow pocket. Oh, he played that nicely. Very close, and he was on the black.
Yeah, the one good thing for Robertson, if he pots 2 reds, 2 blues, and all the colours, he would win by 1 point. Now, it's hard to imagine a clearance. That would be miraculous, but Zeus mindful that his opponent is not out of this yet.
Cue ball just slid beautifully off that side cushion and in behind green and black. Not difficult to escape from this snooker, but he can ill afford to give 4 points away. He may just try to drop on the red that's on the top cushion. Doesn't like it, but he's got to make sure he hits a red here. The line looks good, but what about the pace? Hasn't given it enough.
All a miss.
So that puts Jimmy Robertson 42 behind now. 43 points do still remain, but he's in rather a predicament now.
Yes, had to make contact there, otherwise he would have required a snooker. But everything, even more so than it was a moment or so ago, everything is in favour of Zeus here. Position of the balls, that useful lead, the fact that the pink and black are both really awkward. The yellow also, should he get that far.
Another safety shot that's been struck far too thickly, but what a little graze of the blue there. From Jimmy Robertson's point of view, it saved his bacon in this frame. You feel what I thought would be a very possible red is now not visible to Schuster, who may be forced now to bring the safe red into play.
Well, that was precisely what he didn't want to do. That was the last thing. Not just handing the table to Robertson, but also freeing up one of the high-value colours. But remember, there's no leeway for Robertson. He has to pot 2 reds, 2 blacks, and all the colours to snatch it by a point.
Fortunately for Jimmy Robertson, the black is pottable now into the green pocket. It wasn't before, because the pink that was cannon there by Schuster would have blocked it to the yellow pocket. I can't see him getting on the red very easily. He's managed it though. He only just caught the green. I thought he'd catch more of it, and all of a sudden, what looked like a very forlorn hope a few minutes ago is looking like a realistic possibility now for Jimmy Robertson.
He was stretching, but we didn't expect him to miss it. Just going back to that previous safety from Zeus, to get the pink off the cushion, that was unforgivable. But now it matters not, because the red has been deposited. And Jimmy Robertson needs a couple of snookers. You see, again, okay, you might say it's unlucky, and it was, but the green should be nowhere near the blue.
No, and guess what's worse, Phil? It's a free ball, and Jimmy Robertson can now win.
Oh.
Do you know, my maths gets worse and worse. Of course, you only get 2 points for potting the pink because the yellow is actually the ball on, so that pink will count for 2 points. He still needs one snooker. He'll lose by a single point if he were to clear up.
The green and the blue close together, providing quite a target to hide behind. If Lzowski loses this frame, it's criminal.
Jimmy Robertson 2.
He's gone all against all safety norms when he's absolutely holding all the aces. Yeah, we must emphasise the blue going in was unlucky, but it shouldn't have been contacted in any way, shape or form. And now, Dom, you are right.
4.
Robertson can win.
Jimmy Robertson 4.
I'll trust you right, Phil. Don't trust myself anymore, that's for sure. Always prided myself on my mathematics, my ability to count and work things out. So 24 points, the arrears for Jimmy Robertson as he decides to put Lzowski back in. Tough safety, but if Lzowski were to play a good one, he could easily snooker Jimmy Robertson. But he's quite right, you'd never play a shot like this yourself because he'd put himself under all sorts of pressure.
Robertson understands the psychological game within snooker. He knows if he can win this frame, his opponent might be reeling, and with every justification. Over on table 2, chances have been handed back and forth. But the last trade looks like it's going to benefit Jack Lzowski. He needs blue and pink to take a 2-1 lead.
$23. Jack Lzowski, 29.
Not a high quality frame, the third over on table 2. But Lzowski now just one frame away from a place in the final of the group.
Jimmy Robertson turns away in disgust. He knew immediately that yellow was struck. It would be over the pocket.
And Robertson's back where he was a while ago, needing a snooker.
C2.
And if Jimmy Robertson doesn't contact the green, I expect the concession to arrive.
Well, Lzowski almost threw the frame away. Surely you won't do the same thing again. Very nicely done.
Jimmy Robertson mustn't catch the left-hand side of the green. Oh, he did well there. I was expecting him to play off 2 cushions there to glance the green and come down this top end of the table. He played the shot an entirely different way, a more difficult way, I have to say, off 1 cushion, with the green being in the middle of the table as it was.
One of those frames, Dom, that just refuses to end. And when you have a frame like this, quite often there's more than one twist in the tail.
Well, certainly these colours are lined up nicely to try and get a snooker in behind probably the black, but it's a good target and this has always got a chance. Has he left a gap? He certainly hasn't. That's a good shot that he's played there, but is it swervable?
The really worrying aspect for Zhu Ce, if he does concede these penalty points, look at the table now. Not an awkward ball in sight. No dramas, no sweat.
And played this at a nice pace. Had he not cannoned the green there, he wouldn't have left a pot on. Jimmy Robertson deciding to pot the green to leave himself in a better position on the brown to get the snooker, but I don't think that he's done that. Decides to pot the brown as well.
7.
Now he has a much better angle on the blue. He can play the blue into bulk, get the cube in behind the black and the pink. He's played that beautifully. Unfortunately, I don't believe it to be too difficult a snooker to escape from.
Another Zhu Ce sigh of relief. Robertson didn't play quite that thin. Now can he finish it off? The 28-year-old from China. Not in the same postcode as the pocket there. He's struggling now. He's just a mass of nerves.
This is not quite so easy to escape from, but he can still play it with top spin and right hand side. Come off the bulk cushion. In fact, he needs very little side, if any. Nicely done.
In this kind of position, the easy thing to do is to start thinking how bad I would feel if I lost the frame rather than how good I would feel if I won it.
Absolutely, Phil, and this is the sort of escape that maybe Zhu Ce will play that I thought Jimmy Robertson would have played. He can also come off 1 cushion, but playing it off 2 is easier. But if he catches the wrong side of the blue, the cue ball could go very close to one of the centre pockets. But it's still an easier hit off 2 cushions rather than 1. By coming off the side cushion, the bulk cushion, and back towards the blue with a trace of side spin, and he can play it from either side of the table. I prefer the left-hand side of the table because the cue ball is on the left, so it has slightly less to travel.
It is, though, one of the most troublesome snookers he's faced. And remember, Robertson only 19 behind, so one successful snooker will be enough for him. Well, on the button in terms of hitting the blue, there was for a split second the horrific thought he would go in off. Robertson doing really well, though, to keep the pressure on. Okay, pink and black, their juxtaposition means it's a big target to get behind, but even so, he's doing well, Robertson, to stick in the frame. Well, so far, everything thrown at Zhu in terms of snookers, he's coped with.
Yes, a couple of these snookers that Jimmy Robertson has laid have been good ones. Can he get that cue ball tighter in behind the black? It's another excellent effort. And it is a snooker, but this time I think Schuster can swerve around the black to come off the bolt cushion and contact the blue.
Could he possibly go around the back of it? Every time he makes contact with that blue, he breathes an understandable sigh of relief.
He's left that in a perfect place for Jimmy Robertson to try and get another snooker. Again, it looks really good. Again, it shouldn't be missed, but it can be.
Robertson not even missing out the odd visit. He's getting one every time, it seems. Is the blue in? Oh, so close. The frame lives on, the marathon frame that is so vital.
And this time it's very difficult to get a snooker in behind pink or black from where the blue is. Could have done much better than this. Has he managed another snooker? Is there a gap? I don't think so.
That was brilliant. The whole sequence of shots from Robertson, brilliant. Sooner or later, Zhu is going to misjudge one of these escapes. But every credit.
Another good escape. Now, can Jimmy play the blue off the jaw to deflect it back to bulk? He can. Now, is the side spin on the cue ball to take it behind the pink? There was. And that's another snooker. Schuster might not find this a difficult escape, but if he catches the wrong side of the blue, he could go in off.
On a tightrope with no safety net. His heart must have skipped a beat. And this time, Robertson can't lay the trap. So can Zhu just put this frame away? Yes, he can. Very well cued. And although he was the potential architect of his own downfall with a couple of very ill-advised shots, the way he kept hitting those snookers, I think he deserves this. 24 the difference, so 2 snookers needed by Robertson. Will he come back to the table?
In the frame.
The answer is no. He concedes. It took a while, didn't it? But Zhu Sir is now 2-0 up, 1 frame away from contesting the final of Group 7 of the BetVictor Championship League.
Maybe more to this side.
As for the action on table 2, Jack Lzowski 2-1 in front. Zhang Anda 53 to the good in frame 4, 59 on. And as you can see, Zhang in a spot of bother.
The line's perfect. What's the pace? Oh, we must have been just
Lzowski 4.
Infinitesimally short there.
Yeah, Natalia Gradinari, the referee, was perfectly placed. Penalty points for Zhang at this stage are very much a secondary thing. The one thing he doesn't want to do is to allow Lzowski in, because look at this table. Wide open. Clearance very much a possibility.
Jack may well take this red on into the green pocket. He can hold for the black. Could be a frame and match winner.
Lzowski keeping it tight. Not a sentence you often say.
Never. Astonished that Jack didn't take that red on. But he has played a very good safety. As frame 3 finally gets underway here on our main table. Jimmy Robertson with it all to do. Zhang Anda on the other table, snookered once again, and this isn't an easy escape. This is pacey, and he's got the line wrong. He's left a red.
Robertson a millimetre away from going in off. Well, he has won 1 match in this group already from 2-0 down. He beat Jack Jones around this time last night. What a shot that was, with the cue ball so deep in the jaws of the baulk pocket. Well, that's one I'm sure that Jimmy Robertson did not anticipate. What's more, the cue ball came back out of baulk. But so he's been a little clumsy with his position, unless the red he's looking at just sneaks by the other one. I don't think it does. What an initial pot it was. It would be some way to start a match-winning break, but of course there's an awful lot of snooker to go before he can contemplate that. but Zeus' stock rose with that.
Nine.
Even if you can't win the frame in a single visit. At 2-0 up, build a lead and place your opponent under it. At the very least.
17.
The end of the semi-final on table 2 could be nigh. What a comeback in this frame from Jack Lzowski. He does need blue, pink and black though.
24.
And pink and black are more apart than they normally are.
38.
25.
Oh, stretching Lzowski misses the pink. Is it going to run safe? No, it is not. Janganda was on the verge of defeat, on the verge of elimination, but he looks at Jack Lzowski and smiles. It is 2-2, all to play for in the decider over there.
Jimmy Robertson must be very disappointed the way this match has gone. He just hasn't got going at all. I was waiting for something to happen, something that would change the course of this match, but so far nothing has.
Wanted to hold on those reds, he just skimmed off them.
The 4 reds above the black are not set as a plant to the left corner. Sometimes they can be. This is a red that if you go into miss, you won't miss it by far, and the likelihood is it will remain near the pocket, so it's important he knocks this in. He may well cannon the black towards the left corner. Oh, he caught more of the black than I think he thought he would. He only played the red as a pot because he thought he may be able to knock the black into a possible position.
41.
Now, he can't see any other colour really except the black, but with the lead that he has, he may well decide to swerve around the reds to contact the yellow and leave that black safe.
You see 41.
Well, the black has gone even safer than it was originally. But the safety shot left something to be desired.
Yeah, the thought process was correct. He has left this red on for Jimmy Robertson, but it's a tough one and he's running out of chances and time.
Well, if he's left the plant here, Zeus looking with interest. It's not on, but I think it could be made.
Yeah, the way to play this plant is to actually cannon the top red very thinly. And that would deflect this red towards our right as we look. Playing it with topspin, I'd prefer that, to be honest. There's more chance of controlling the plant with topspin. Oh, he played it well anyway.
Got the right deflection, got the cue ball back out for the blue, and it's looking a little grim now for Robertson.
Yes, certainly one of those three reds, the top one of the three below the pink, will definitely pot to this right corner. Just slightly awkwardly queuing over the red and the black perhaps, but with the lead that he has in this frame and in the match, there's not that much pressure on Schuster at the moment.
Nicely cued. Yeah, there's less pressure on him now than there was at the tail end of the second frame.
3.
Yes, he escaped very well from the snookers that were laid, and some of them were good ones. He was unlucky there to be hampered, but again controlled the cue ball and the pot very nicely. Does the right hand red of those two below the pink also pot to the right corner? It looks from that angle as though it will.
Choosy 4.
Well, much like frame 2, Schuster's lead is quite valuable considering where the black is, where 2 or 3 reds are. But he should never have missed the pink. That was the ball really that was the glue, and he knocked that in. Surely the frame would have been his. But then Robertson absolutely butchers the blue.
Mistake from Jimmy Robertson. Now, it's worth mentioning again, he does suffer from something that's called a central tremor medically, and of course he does have to take medication for it, and sometimes it just causes his body to shake
7.
out control really internally, and it does cause him all sorts of issues. Whether he's suffering with it right now, it's hard to say.
8.
But I'm trying to find some excuse for his poor performance here.
Yeah, poor performance in light of the fact he played so well to qualify. But for Robertson, the group has fizzled out.
14.
He now needs a couple of snookers. If this red goes in, there's no way back.
15.
Talk about taking full advantage of an opportunity. Zhao Xintong, his fellow countryman, pulled out after Group 6. Schuster got the reserve call, and now he's in the final of Group 7.
Yeah, commendable performance, and let's not forget this is the first match that he's played here on table 1.
22.
Yeah, noteworthy point that, but he will get to play another one. Robertson will be very disappointed with his level of performance in this semi-final.
28.
And of course, normally if you get to a semi-final of a group in the Championship League, you come back tomorrow. But there's no second chances when you get down to Group 7. That is it. Jimmy Robertson will go home to Sussex. Schuster will remain here to play in the final of Group 7. It just remains, who will he come up against? Let's go over to table 2 and not miss a beat. Well, Jack Lzowski missed the pink on the verge of winning 3-1, and it's looking costly because Zhang Anda has initiated scoring in the decider with 52, and it seems as though there's plenty more to come.
Zhang Anda's positional play is always very, very good, particularly when the balls are split apart like this. Always thought that the positional play of Ding Junhui is probably as good as anybody's in the game. Oh, Zhang Anda's isn't far behind.
Lzowski was so close, wasn't he? But just stretching slightly, missed the pink to the green bag. Zhang was extended a new life, and now he's just a couple, maybe 3 pots away from a place in the final. 1-4-3 on here. So if he does that, it will be more disappointment for Jimmy Robertson.
68.
Currently Robertson in line for the £500 highest break group bonus.
$69.
Didn't risk playing for the black because that was the red that put this match beyond the reach of Jack Lzowski barring snookers.
Yes, it's going to be an all-Chinese final to Group 7, and it means the winners' group will feature 4 players from England, 3 from China.
Pink is on the blue spot, the blue just being placed as close to it as possible. The red is on, and that pot will certainly mean that Jack Lzowski will not be returning to the table except to shake the hand and congratulate Zhang Anda.
$82.
Made a 116 break in the second frame, did Zhang. Is it going to be a double century?
$83. $90. $91.
Looks like it might be a double kick in the teeth for Jimmy Robertson, losing in the semi-final and then almost immediately
98.
having his high break eclipsed.
$99.
Zhang's 11th century of the tournament.
$107.
So knock in the pink, clear the colours for 140.
$113. $115. $118.
There is nothing that Jack Lzowski can do. He's just going to sit there and mull over that missed pink.
122.
But what a way to win a decider this. As clean and efficiently as you like.
127. 133.
What a way to win a decider. In a single scoring visit, Zhang total clearance of 140. It's the highest break of the group, and he's into the Group 7 final. He will take on his fellow countryman, Zhu in around 5 minutes' time. Hope to have you back for that.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Maurice Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap
has completed a terrific transatlantic double.
He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again!
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego.
Jesus Christ. What is that?
The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
After contrasting semi-finals, it is the final of Group 7 of the BetVictor Championship League. Joining me for this one is Stephen Hallworth, and I think you have to make Zhang Anda favourite based on, well, his career achievements and also, to be frank, the way he's played to get here.
Yeah, he really finished off that match against Jack Lzowski very nicely indeed, didn't he? You can't ask for much more than that, a one visit in the decider. Jack, a ball away, really, that pink to the far corner. He may be kicking himself, but Zhang Anda did what needed to be done. You're right, he definitely is favourite for this game, but Zhu, let's not forget, wasn't even in this event 2 days ago. Came in as a last-minute replacement for the world champion Zhao Xingtong, and maybe it felt like a free hit to him. He's taken advantage of that so far.
I'm sure they've had some practice knocks, but in terms of pro tour competition, head-to-heads, they've only played on one previous occasion, yesterday, in the round-robin phase of this group. And it was Zhang who won comprehensively 3-0, helped by breaks of 104 and 86.
Now Zhu's immediately round to look at two reds that are set very close to a plan to this right corner pocket. Well, they obviously aren't potable because surely he would have been down by now playing it. Well, in fact, he was able to make a plant to left corner, so plants galore on this table. It's one of those when you make the plant, get the pot, you're gutted that you've played a good cue ball, but that sort of shot, you cannot bring yourself really to fully commit to making the plant and leave the cue ball this side of the balk line. He's played as really a shot to nothing. He does still have a chance to pot this brown to the left middle. It's a shot that you would expect him to go for, really. Well, in fact, he was straight enough for it to the left corner and hasn't managed to get it.
Must emphasise the stakes here. In the semi-final and final, it's £300 per frame won. If you win the group, it's a £3,000 bonus. If you are runner-up in the group, it's £2,000. And of course, if you do win the group, you then go into the winners group next month, where every frame in the round-robin phase is £200. The bonus for winning that 10,000 and a place in the Champion of Champions, which is worth a little more than the 10,000.
Yeah, the stakes increase massively, don't they, from here on out? And it has to be a huge motivator for the players, that dangling carrot of another trophy and the possibility of the Champion of Champions. There is so much to play for.
So far from this group, Zhang is guaranteed
13.
at least 4,200. If his high break stands, make that 4,700. That's at least. $4,200, the minimum guarantee for Zhu Se. I was thinking about Zhang, you know, I think he's got the perfect temperament for this kind of tournament. He just enjoys life, he takes everything in stride, he's quite laid back. I think if he gets to the winners group, he could be hard to beat.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. I think the temperament of Zhang Anda is well suited to this format, because it can be quite stressful. It really can. The short matches, things can seem to get away from you very quickly. You go 1-0, 2-0 maybe behind in a match, and all of a sudden alarm bells start to ring, but he's able to stay very present. We saw that in the semi-final against Jack Lzowski. That decider was, well, the sort of frame that you dream of. And that red was struck quite nicely indeed. Perfect on this pink now. Good chance really to mount a pretty decent score in this opening frame.
He's had 4 days of solid play. He made the semi-finals of Group 6, losing out to the eventual group winner, Wu Yize, 3-0. So it's been a profitable week in Leicester for Zhang. And what's more, Stephen, a high-scoring week. He made 5 centuries in Group 6. He's made 6 so far
38.
in Group 7.
13 high.
Yeah, he's been very clinical, hasn't he, when he's got in scores very nicely. He's got a lovely rhythm in amongst the balls as well. Doesn't look phased by anything. Just as you say, gets on with it. In his own little world almost, he creates this sort of bubble around himself that
46.
it looks very difficult to get under his skin when you're playing against him.
47.
I realised that very quickly at the start of this season, playing him in the Wuhan Open qualifiers. You look at how he goes about his business, and it's hard to imagine how you can affect him, how you can get on top of him. He's a very cool customer.
54.
Throughout his lengthy time on the Pro Tour, when he started out, there were plenty of isolated matches where he played brilliantly, and you thought, he's going to do well. Then he went away for a while and didn't do anything at all. Now, though, he's a lot more consistent. And he is a world ranking event winner.
62.
Matt will have won 2 or 3 apart from the International Championship he won. He was 7-3 up on Judd Trump in the final of the English Open, lost 9-7. And then he lost 10-8 to Mark Allen in the final of the Players' Championship. He's a formidable force.
63.
The one thing he hasn't done yet is play well at the Crucible. Certainly not since he arrived as a tournament winner. So it should be enough. 69 points the lead, 59 on the table. One more red will make absolutely sure.
One.
Zhang chasing another century. Unsuccessful in that pursuit, but 71 is sufficient. Zeuser concedes. Zhang quickly wins the opening frame of the group final. So you might be interested to know who the winner of this match will join in the winners group here on Tuesday the 10th of February and Wednesday the 11th. Well, it's a really high quality lineup. Way back at the start of the year, just after the turn of the year, in fact, Tom Ford won Group 1. Elliot Slesser is a group winner. So too Sergio Way and Matt Selt. I thought earlier on this week in Group 5, on Monday and Tuesday, Mark Selby was simply magnificent. And if he continues that form, watch out. But Wu Yuza in winning Group 6 wasn't too far behind, so one more place to be affixed in the jigsaw, Stephen.
Yeah, I agree with what he said about Group 5. Mark Selby was magnificent. He really, really was at the top of his game. And off that sort of form, he is the man to beat, but nothing is guaranteed. We keep talking about this format. Lots can change over the course of the 2 days that will be played in Winners Group. All very much to play for.
The second frame should set to break.
Zeuser's semi-final against Jimmy Robertson was pretty much all one way. Zhu doesn't want the final to be all Zhang's way. The first frame definitely was.
Now, if he's straight enough on this red to right corner, there's every chance he'll take it on. Can get on the black. He would have to be low on it, though. Wouldn't leave anything but the red he's attempting. Now, Zeuser really needed that cue ball to travel further to this top cushion. There is a red available to the left middle. It's very thin, but it's a shot that you would like to see Zhang Anda attempt, because He can play it in such a way he leaves nothing should he miss it. And had he have got it, it would have been a good chance there. Perfect on the black to get up and running in this second frame. Now I've been playing the game long enough to have a good guess at how this frame may unfold. All the reds tracking north of the blue spot. Could get quite scrappy. We could see all the reds opened at some point. Players attempting to find refuge behind the black spot. Zhang Anda wanting no part in a frame like that, looking elsewhere, and I don't blame him. I don't think anyone really enjoys a frame where you're trying to get the cue ball in behind the black and the reds all eventually become opened.
Six.
Well, that was a great double. Not just the red, but to control the cue ball the way he did. He was pretty confident that he was going to make that shot. He was leaving a red available for Zhang Anda, so there was no holding back with that one. Now really needs to leave an angle off his next colour here, Zhusa. An angle in which he can get into the main bunch of reds. Got to get more reds in play. Needs to get them open. Oh wow, how has he missed that? Deary me. That is a shocker. Well, again, an attempt at the double, this time not paying off, but I suppose in some ways it kind of has, because look at the cue in his left Zhang Anda over the top of this brown. Oh, what a pot that is. I cannot begin to tell you how tough it is to cue down over a ball like that, never mind when you're trying to knock a long one in.
Absolutely brilliant, right into the heart of the pocket, and look at the angle he's got on the black as well. That was one of the shots of the group.
8.
Yeah, without doubt, if you don't aim that absolutely perfect and strike exactly where intended on the cue ball, well, that sort of shot can make you look quite daft, actually. When it's done quite the opposite, it's made him look quite brilliant.
Another shot that can make you look daft is this one. So easy to overcut this black. You see so many players doing it. Not Zhang. Well, he's got some form of position. That was a good recovery, actually.
16.
I was thinking about overcutting it. It went in off the near jaw. Again, not a great amount of angle for Zhang, but he does have the two reds close together that might offer some help.
Yeah, he's actually just asked himself a couple of questions, really unnecessarily.
24.
Zhang under the last couple of blacks in particular. 2 previous reds were not played all that well.
25.
But he's back in prime position now. And he deserves everything he gets, actually, from the first red that he knocked in. Now, will he be tempted to get into them? Yep, and he's fine. Okay, the cluster of 5 by the pink still need tending to at some point, but you can keep the break going.
He is a really good scorer. Actually, players higher ranked than him don't have quite his cue ball command. And also his ability to accept when he does drop out of ideal position, he doesn't try anything too outlandish. Just keeps the break going, ticking over.
Yeah, and that's massively down to his great temperament. He stays very middle of the road, Zhang Anda. I get the impression that bad defeats don't affect him as bad as they would other players, and great wins and lots of success maybe doesn't bother him that much either. He very middle of the road, and that's a great place to be.
Might allow himself a little bit of a disappointment feeling over that split. It looked as though it was going to be a frame winner, but not quite on a red. Decent platform for success for the 34-year-old. Zhang was only 17 when he arrived on the scene by winning the Asian Under-21 Championship. He first played at the Crucible actually in 2010. Came up against Stephen Hendry and almost pulled off one of the shocks of World Championship history. Led 9-7 before succumbing 10-9. But his rise to prominence hasn't been smooth. Far from it, and it's only in the last few years that he started to show his best on a regular basis. In fact, the last 3 years, I would say.
Yeah, I remember well when I first got onto the professional tour, Zhang Anda was yo-yoing around the relegation zone quite frequently, actually. I do remember him playing in Q School on a couple of occasions, which feels strange to be saying. He's become such a good top player with a trophy in the cabinet. This is no good though. Oh, that's a disaster.
And he can't blame the table rolling off. It was true as you like. So this is just what Zhu Se required. Hand on table, proper scoring chance. Yeah, just going back to Zhang for a moment, he actually dropped off the tour, and as late as 2021, he regained his place via performances on the Chinese Billiards and Snooker Association Tour.
6.
Oh, that really is clumsy. Heavy-handed. Call it what you will.
Well, I'll call it something. That is one of the worst positional shots that you'll ever see.
6.
It's as simple as that. Look at the room for error. Look at the area he's got to play into. How can you possibly land there?
And from that loose in-off, it seems as though Zhang is not going to be punished hardly at all. Well, Zhu Se recovers brilliantly, but more brilliance needed.
Yeah, and that's one of them that when you sat in the opposite corner and watching him line up that long yellow, you're absolutely fuming to see it go in because, well, it doesn't count really in your mind. Great pot, yes, but he needs another one.
Well, they say you can't keep going to the well.
Well, I tell you what, that is as good as it gets really from Zhang Anda. What a safety shot he's found. full length of the table. Again, another example of how true the table must be running. If that drifts off a fraction, the result would not be as good as it is.
Yeah, late on day 6, the final day of the week here, and I think it's highly appropriate to praise our table fitters. They've done a wonderful job. The conditions have been simply top-notch. One of the reasons we've seen so many century breaks.
Yeah, and the good thing is that feedback has been listened to, because at the start of the week the table was just moving a touch, and that's a natural thing to happen. The tables are settling into the flooring, and there was certainly drifts early on in the week, but the table now looks to be playing absolutely bang true. And Juicer is in all sorts of trouble here.
I'm speechless. I am speechless. What a fluke. Well, if he wins the frame from that, that's daylight robbery, even though it's nighttime.
Honestly, this game is absolutely insane. Oh, would you believe it? He's missed the red.
The Justice League descended there. One of them was invisible, and they kept that red out. That fluke, I think that's up there with the top 5 I've ever seen. Good pot from Zhang with the rest, one has to say. I've noticed him a lot over the last few years. When he's using the rest, he's very efficient. Obviously, the likes of Sean Murphy and Kyron Wilson get all the plaudits in that regard. Barry Hawkins too, but yeah, Zhang knows how to use the rest all right.
Yeah, and it wouldn't take a genius to work out why he's so proficient with the rest. He's not the tallest of players, Zhang Anda, so no doubt he's used a lot of it in his time, and you're absolutely right. He is very, very good with the rest.
9.
Yeah, Dominic was saying earlier, he's 5'3". But standing tall in this group final, 33 in front.
16.
So this red and any colour will surely make it 2-0. The difference now 39, 35 on. One snooker needed, so Zhang would love to see the back of this red. That would end all debate.
Yeah, I gave the red every chance there, playing it at that pace. It was not a dead cert, cutting it back into a blind pocket, but as I say, he gave it every chance, and it is going to be 2-0. And he's looked good for it, really.
30.
Earlier in this group, Zhang had a chance of a 1-4-7, potted 15 reds with blacks, only to miss a yellow from distance, not dissimilar to the one he's just stroked in. The miss Brown was purely academic. The job had been done. So despite that outrageous fluke from Zhu escaping a snooker, it is Zhang Anda who, after a 71 break in the first frame, adds the second. He leads 2-0. One more frame needed, and he will be the Group 7 champion. It's amazing to me, you know, you look at this format and it is brutal, best of fives all the way. League format, then we have the semi-finals and finals to each group. And you would think that would be an obvious place to have lots of shocks. And yet, look at this lineup for the winners group. So many fine players involved. And Zhang Anda will not be out of place. He will fancy his chances.
Yeah, I think it's a fair comment to make, and I think the bottom line is that regardless of the format, the cream will tend to rise to the top. The good players, the best players, will find a way. You look at Mark Selby, again, I'll use him as an example because he's one of the best, hardest match players ever. Over a distance, you think of the Crucible, the latter stages, at his best, nobody beats him. But then you look at this event over such a short format, and still people are finding it hard to beat him. It just goes to show if you're good enough, you'll find a way. And you're right, what a lineup we've got. It really does make for an intriguing couple of days for the winners group when it comes around.
But plenty of snooker before that to keep you entertained. Next week, German Masters. Following week, over in Hong Kong, the World Grand Prix. And it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that one or two of our winners group players could be in the final in Hong Kong, so they'll have to make a mad dash back to Leicester. Helps, of course, when you've been in Zhang's position and won a tournament in the past. Not just any old tournament, the International Championship is one of the most prized on tour. One of the most lucrative.
The third frame, Fernandez Dubrey.
Can Zhang get over the line without loss, or will Zhu try and mount a fight back?
Well, he's missed a number of balls in this match, Zhu. Two reds in particular that stand out for me. They both came in the previous frame. Very, very poor shots. Very bad misses. The facts are he has to cut them out. At this level, you're not going to get away with them.
Well, with the black where it is, there might be value in taking on this red. Zhu grossly overcutting it. Good try, but there was lots of value in playing that shot. Zhang Anda in Germany away to see the Barry Hawkins or Mark Davis. Found the gap there. Is he off and running again? Another thing about being successful in these groups, Stephen, it pays to hit your peak form when you get to the playoffs, and it seems as though that's what he's done.
Yeah, definitely. He started to play really nicely. Although once again, the shot that Zhu Se just played to nestle into the pack of reds was an absolute head scratcher, knowing that the red passed the other to the right corner pocket.
9.
But yeah, this is when you want to start playing well. This is when you need to start playing well, when you get through to the semi-finals. You don't have to play lights out snooker in the group phase. It's just about doing enough to get through. Doesn't matter where you finish in the group, as long as you finish in the top 4. There's no extra prizes for positions. But this is serious business now, and Zhang Anda is all business at the minute.
15.
You know, the words of Stephen Hendry are ringing in my ears at the moment. Time and time again, he says it's not the great pots you knock in, it's the easy ones you miss that cause the problems. And I think Zhang has found the right way to approach things. He very rarely misses anything easy, just keeps it simple. But in amongst them, reliable. Always grinding away, always putting the opposition under pressure.
Yeah, another good example there of a very measured approach to his break building. I can think of a lot of people that may have been tempted to go into the main bunch there from the baulk colour, but there was no reason to. Great chance to just work off a couple of loose ones here. The ideal path or route to a good scoring opportunity here would be potting this black. Aim to remove the red directly north of the black as the next ball. That then frees up a path directly into the main bunch. And in playing into the main bunch, he's got a red detached and
25.
to the southeast of the cluster, which provides some insurance.
26.
Becomes almost a free shot. He's perfect to play it here. This could spell the end for Zhu Se if this shot goes correctly.
Well, the only good thing to say about that, he didn't go in off.
23.
For him, that was a total and utter misjudgment. He got into the cue ball far too much.
Yeah, the pace of which he played that shot just allowed for the cue ball, the backspin on it, to take too soon. If he was to play it again, he'd play it a bit firmer. That way the screwback couldn't take.
It was a really aggressive safety. He's got the cue ball deep in bulk, but has he left a red to middle? This is a pressure ball. And one has to say, without being too critical, but you've got to be honest about it, Zhu Se just hasn't turned up for this final.
No, certainly not. He'll be disappointed, won't he? He'll be bitterly disappointed. This, of course, the final chance to get into that winners group, and all that's gone before maybe for nothing, but Zhang Anda providing a gift here for Zhu Se. He has to make an impression somehow.
It's amazing, isn't it? Getting over the line is never easy in any context. And the way this game works, if Zhu Se can clear the table here, start to feel good about himself once more, who knows? Zhang Anda will have regrets both about the black he potted when he didn't split the pack and about the red he's just missed to the green pack.
Well, even though this looks like a really good chance, I'm still not convinced by Zhu Se that he will take this opportunity at this visit. And I'm not sure he's that convinced himself, and no doubt that's down to some of the mistakes that he's made already in this game. He needs to try and erase them from memory.
So back on level terms,
33.
in the frame at least.
Yeah, and it was wise to play for this red, albeit cue ball might be slightly compromised. Yeah, he's played it nicely. Had to remove that red there, that then freed up the other. Will still need the red directly beneath the pink, and I'm not sure that once the other red next to it is removed, if it will pop to left corner, it may need a little touch at some point. A couple of ways he could go about that, Zhu Se, when he gets that far.
42.
An ideal place to land from this black would be just low of straight on that red to right corner, and in potting it, just brush the red next to the pink on the way through. Tell you what, this looks pretty good to me.
49.
Yeah, he played the black to absolute perfection. Great shot.
Should pull one back here. No reason why not.
Yeah, and credit where it's due. He's done very, very well here, Juicer. His back was well and truly up against the ropes, and it just felt like it was coming to crunch time for him.
64.
The opportunity came, and it was really felt like he had to take it, and he has done. Brilliant visit.
65.
Yeah, planting just a seed of doubt in the mind of Zhang Anda, who made a couple of errors early in this frame when it looked as though 3-0 was on the cards. One positional error, then missing the red
71.
to the green pocket. That latter mistake allowing Zhu in for this.
73.
Yeah, and actually it's not even so much the message it does send to Zhang Anda for Juicer here, it's more the message that it sends to himself, that
26.
all those mistakes that have gone in previous frames have been completely removed from memory now, and he's starting to feel a little bit better about his game.
80.
Table time is a good thing for him as well. And now he can really start to feel involved in this final. Game on.
Talk about timely from Zusa. A 98 clearance. He's not out of this match just yet. Zhang Anda's lead trimmed to 2-1. Started off the season, did Zusa, very nicely indeed. He won his qualifiers for Wuhan Open and British Open. Then he got to the last 8 of the Ranking Championship League right here at the Mattioli Arena to suggest it was going to be quite a good season. He's had the odd win here and there since then, but nothing out of the ordinary. Overcoming Jamie Jones to make it to the 4th qualifying round of the UK Championship was a boost. Also, as I said before, qualifying for the German Masters next week, beating Ian Burns and Lei Pei Fan. But I think if he could win this group, that would be a real fillip. Especially with so much important snooker to come at the tail end of the season, not least the World Championship. But it's amazing how these matches can shift. You can never rest in a best of 5. Look at Zhang Anda, 2-0 up, 33-0 up. Chance to basically seal the deal. And now he's got to do it all again. You know, I remember describing Zhang Anda as a cue ball control maestro. He was not well known for potting from distance, but during the course of the last couple of groups, he's knocked in some terrific balls, that being another.
Yeah, and again, it's another example of just how good his temperament is. Able to just come to the table off the back of losing that previous frame and just pick up where he left off, really. That was absolutely superb, that long red to get in at that pace as well. I did think these reds were set close to a plant, and they were a dead set plant. That really did help Zhang Anda there. Able to just bring another red into play for free.
Just going to throw something into the ether here. Well, maybe not now after that.
16.
I was going to say, it's been a week of 147s. How about finishing with one? But surely he has to prioritise winning the frame. He'd be mad not to.
Actually landing
17.
where he did was a good chance to bring more reds into play and use the pack to get to the black, but he's just overrun the cue ball. There was just a little too much pace in it. Now from there it looks like he can still see this black, but it's going to be a big struggle to get to it.
Yeah, even for a player with large reach.
Zhang Anda, 17.
Not close to the pot. Not close at all. When you're living in a foreign country, long way from home, you need encouragement. Winning this group would be real encouragement for Zeusa. But if this red goes in, the dream might be dying. Lovely.
Yeah, it was a good red, but there's still a lot to be solved on this table. Zhang Anda's safety from the black a few moments ago pushed that safe. Pink isn't potable, or at least not easily accessible at the minute. And the reds may look nicely spread, but they're not.
From where he was, couldn't have done a whole lot better. Incorrect side of the blue here, so there will be a red coming up from mid-distance.
Yeah, depending what sort of angle he's got on it, to try and make the pot as easy as possible. He may be able to drop this red in and play a little delicate cannon to the one right of it. The red, that is. Play for the pink to middle. That's what he's tried, and he struck it so beautifully well. pink now presumably will go down to the black spot, which is okay. So all of a sudden, a string of great pots from Zhang Anda. This break is starting to unfold.
What?
Prepared to pick off what he can.
25.
Build that lead. Healthy proportions already.
Well, he's got a couple of options here, Zhang Anda, but the obvious route to the winning line is the aggressive shot into the reds, but he's going high on the cue ball, so I think his intent is to continue to pick off these reds. The one at the top of the cluster will go.
Yeah, I think earlier in the group, when the pressure was less intense, the shot choice might have been a little different there.
Yeah, he's left himself another little tester here because position is not guaranteed. Oh, he struck that so well, and actually the cannon to the blue has done him a world of good there because that cue ball was heading up into baulk. This really was well cued.
Yeah, the positional cannon was lucky, but when you play a shot like that, I suppose you can make a case out for saying he deserves it. And now Zhu will be fearing the worst. Might be a case of so near and yet so far.
38.
In every other group of this year's tournament, if you lose in the final, at least you come back the following day, or for the next group. That's not the case in Group 7, it's win or bust. And it looks as though it's going to be Zhang who's doing the winning. We've arrived at frame, match and group ball. The other red was causing him to place his hand a little unusually on the table, Stephen. That's why the hesitation occurred. He knew he needed 100% concentration, but now that's in, so is the result.
Yeah, and he's been very good for it, hasn't he? The semi-final in particular, the comeback against Lzowski and then the break he made in the last was pure class from Zhang Anda. He's shown signs of that here. He's thoroughly deserved his win and completes what is a cracking lineup for the winners group, it has to be said.
Yes, an English-Chinese duopoly. I wouldn't like to pick a winner, but I think Zhang has got a chance. Based on how he played here earlier this week, you would make Selby favourite, but Wu Yize, what about him? Then, of course, you've got Matt Selt, who had the 147 earlier in the tournament. Sergio Wei, a wonderful potter. Tom Ford on home soil. Elliot Slesser's a great campaigner. We don't know who will prevail in the winners group in a few weeks' time. What we do know is that Zhu has been beaten in the final of Group 7. Zhang Anda takes his place in the winners group. Well, it was excellent, really, from Zhang. I thought he played brilliantly in the deciding frame against Jack Lzowski. He can't do much better than making 140 in any decider. Lzowski, of course, missing the pink to beat him 3-1 in that semi-final. The margins between success and failure in snooker are fine. And then, in the final, he made a 71 break in the first frame, went 2-0 up, and despite a wobble in the third, Zhang Anda has come through by 3 frames to 1. So just confirmation of the winners group to take place here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester on February 10 and 11. That's Tuesday and Wednesday, the week after the World Grand Prix. It is from England, Tom Ford, Mark Selby, Elliot Slesser and Matthew Selt. From the People's Republic of China, it is Wu Yize, Sergio Wei and Zhang Anda. Really hope to have your company for the group that matters most, the one that will decide the BetVictor Championship League winner. For now, though, the headline in Leicester, Zhang through with a bang.